suits, right? And the fair lady is whoever you're attracted to. So we have presumably, right, people in this case who are timid and fair lady winners. And we're saying no, the near archaic for never, no faint, no timid are winners at love. We're going to translate it that way. All right, that said, this is all categorical syllogism. I recommend you spend time practicing this. English language is very complicated and in many cases poetic, some cases archaic, but it's very rich. So get into the practice of being able to take complicated language, when you know you're dealing with a categorical syllogism more likely, and stripping it down to its simplest, most essential, and finding out which kind of proposition that you are dealing with. And I will just say in my personal experience, when I'm reading philosophers, obviously, the language is often quite complicated. In many cases, the most work one has to do is just figuring out what the person is saying in the simplest possible language. Once you do all of that, figuring out whether the argument is valid or not, still some work, but it's typically less work. So practice wrestling with the language. So what we know is we have 4 proposition types, the A, E, I, and O, if we're comfortable with those abbreviations. And then we start to put those together in various combinations. And this is where we have our first level of complexity. So I could say, for example, all of the S's are P. I could then say all of the P's are M. And I could then conclude, well, therefore, all of the S's are M. That's one kind of argument. In this case, I've got 3 A propositions, or 3 universal propositions. But I could also make an argument that keeps that broad structure, all S are M, or all structure, that's fine. All P are M, therefore all S are P. Now in this case, I also have 3 universal positive propositions, 3 A propositions, and the difference is the internal structure of the propositions. In this case, the common term for both of the premises is the letter P, whatever that stands for. And in one case, it's the predicate. In one case, it's in the subject position. In this case here, the linking term or the common term is M, but in both cases, it appears in the predicate position. And those are different arguments. The structural position makes a difference. I could also, though, say I don't want to talk necessarily positively all the time. I might want to say all of the S are P. Draw a line here, separate these, and none of the P's are M. So therefore, I might want to conclude no S are M. All of the S's are P's, none of the P's are M's, and I would infer that none of the S's are therefore M's. So in this case, I have 1 A proposition and 2 E propositions, or 1 positive, 2 negative propositions. I might say no S's are P, no P are M, therefore no S are M. In that case, 3 negative propositions. Now, there are other possible combinations of A propositions and E propositions and so on, but we also know I might want to say some of the S's are P's and some of the P's are M's, therefore some of the S's are M's. In this case, 3 particular positive propositions, 3 I propositions. And you're probably also thinking, does that make sense or not? chances are good you have a question about this one. This one will be one of the invalid ones, but we will show why. I might say all of the S's are P's. Some of the P's are not M. Therefore, some of the S's are also not M, and so on and so forth. Now, we are doing this somewhat unsystematically, just because I wanted to have on the board some A propositions, some E propositions, some I propositions, and some O propositions. And if we were to start doing this systematically, how many possible combinations are there of A propositions, or A propositions with E propositions, or combinations of A, E, and I propositions, and we work our way through? It turns out that there are 256 possible categorical syllogisms. That would be all of them, and you can work them out systematically. On the board, we have only 6 out of the 256. Now, what we can do, of course, and if you have a lot of time on your hands or you are ambitious in a certain direction, you can go through, figure out all 256, make sure you've got no duplications in your list of 256, and test each one individually. Is this a valid pattern or an invalid pattern? And then memorize them all. And that's not what we are going to do here. What we are going to do is suggest that there are some tricks or devices that we can engage in, or some very simple graphical methods that will enable us to take any argument that we have a question about, put it to a quick test, and determine whether it is valid or not. Now, some of these will be more obviously. This one here we met earlier. This is Barbara. Right? She is valid. All S are P, all P are M, all S are M. Just memorize that one. Anytime you see that pattern, you say, oh, that's Barbara. Right? I've known her for a long time. She is legitimate. All of the S's are M's, all of the P's are M, all of the S's are P's. We looked at this one earlier. This one is illegitimate. This is an invalid argument. This is the predicate position both being the same. I could argue all dogs are mortal, all cats are mortal, therefore all dogs are cats. Oops, doesn't work. Or I could say all squirrels are mortal, all penguins are mortal, therefore all squirrels are penguins. Same problem, same mistake. Perfectly good information, and so on. This is another one that is useful to recognize the pattern, be suspicious of it, and just memorize that. There are going to be a lot of other ones, though, when you see the pattern and it doesn't jump out at you. Is it logical or is it not logical? And for that, we want to have the tests. Now, of the 256, there's a small wrinkle theoretical issue we can talk about called material implication. You can follow up on debates and discussions over material implication. It's a very small issue in logic, but depending on what your position is on that or how you are using the logic, out of the 256 possibilities, only 24 are valid. And that means 232 are invalid. There's a lot more ways to mess up in one's reasoning than there are to stay on the true and narrow. And the other position with respect to material implication is even harder. If you take that route, then only 16 out of the 256 are valid, 240 are invalid. So what this then means is when you start to see the words flying fast and furiously and the phrases are complicated and things are moving along fairly quickly, if you can take some time, slow the process down, and do some quick checks, then that will save you some time. Now, I'm going to turn to the Venn diagram method, the graphical method. I like that one the best for the initial stages of learning logic, and as you practice more and more, becoming very good. Because as we know, logic is very abstract. In many cases, you're dealing with abstract issues, or if you are learning them for the first time and reasoning about them, they seem complex and abstract to you. The Venn diagrams are great because they our graphics, and trying to capture information in pictorial form helps us learn. It brings things down to earth, so to speak, in a way that's very useful. There are some other methods that have been useful. It is possible to just learn 4 rules for all good arguments, or at least for all good categorical syllogisms. And if you can memorize those rules and apply those, that's kind of fun. Sometimes the rule method is useful as well, but I prefer the Venn diagrams for the visual. One thing is this here violates one of the rules for categorical syllogism. That is to say, the middle term, the middle term is the term that appears both in both premises. So P is the middle term here. The middle term here is also P. The claim is that in all valid arguments, the middle term has to appear once as subject and once as predicate. So anytime you see it both, right, appearing. So one of the rules is don't have the middle term be in the predicate position both times. Another rule is anytime you have you have a negative premise, whether it's a none are or a some are not, then your conclusion has to be negative. So if you learn that rule and you look at an argument and it's got a negative premise, one of them is negative and the conclusion is positive, that's going to be an invalid argument, and so on and so forth. But let's turn to Venn diagrams. How do we translate the abstract propositional information in the syllogism to a graphical form? And we started to play around with that a little bit earlier to set the stage. So the first thing that we always want to do is we look at the argument, or if we're just starting with propositions, and see how many categories are we dealing with. And we will draw a circle to represent each category. Initially, abstractly, we don't know if the things in that category overlap or they don't. So we'll leave open both of those possibilities. We'll draw this circle and this circle with some overlap, but also some areas where there's not overlap. And then we'll carry on. There is a way to do one more circle that I know of in more advanced categorical syllogisms. If you have 3 premises and then a conclusion, there still is a way graphically to represent it. It gets more difficult after that just because we have a 2-dimensional space and we're trying to capture multiple dimensions. So we will stick with the 3-dimensional ones right now, or the 3 category arguments as well. So in this case, what we would do is say, take number 1. There's Samantha is here. She's her own category. Here are all of the things that are lean, and here are all of the things that are elegant. Now we know that according to this proposition that we're trying to say that Samantha is both of these things. So we want to indicate somehow that on the diagram, this is where Samantha lives, or this is where Samantha hangs out, so to speak. So what we could do, and one of the symbols is if we're talking about one thing, is just put an X, right? And the language is going to be that X means that there is something there. So to indicate that there is something right there, we could put an X. But this something is a little bit generic. So what we typically do then is say is anytime we're dealing with the whole of a category or something that represents a whole category, we're going to use shading. Right? And I'll just call that shading. That means nothing is there. And these will be our 2 graphical conventions. There's either something there or there isn't something there. Those are the only 2 options. So we have something that indicates the one, something that indicates the other. So in this case, what we know about Samantha is that she is both lean and elegant. So it's not possible for Samantha to be here. There's nothing there, we would say. Because that would be Samantha not lean and not elegant. We could consider this, we say it's not there either, because that would be Samantha elegant, but not lean. So we know there is nothing there nothing there. And then what about this category here? Well, that would be Samantha being lean but not elegant, but we are told that she is elegant, so we know there's nothing there either. That's been ruled out as a possibility. If we know that Samantha is a real person and not just a made-up one, she would say that's where she is. Samantha is there. Now, try the one with John. Things that are funny, things that are sophisticated. What is the relationship asserted by this particular proposition? Well, we know rough and readily, we want to have John somewhere also in the same as the F circle, but not in the S circle, because the assertion is that he's not sophisticated. All right, so we can't say that John is here. This would be John in the sophisticated circle. This would also be John in the sophisticated circle. So we want to say, I want to rule that out. There's nothing there. We've got sophisticated things. We got John over here. No overlap between the two. But we do want to say that John is also in the funny things circle. So John is not over here. He's sort of an unfunny John. Right? And we said that's not the case. So there's nothing over here. And that means, since if John is a real guy, this is the material implication point. He's a material being who actually exists. We'll say this is that, where that something is, the John stands. So Samantha is lean and elegant. John is funny but not sophisticated. The diagrams are similar but importantly different. This carries graphical information that is different from the graphical information of this one here. All right, someone is a dirty, stinking liar. Okay, boy, the language is getting strong here. Okay. Dirty. Stinking. Liar. Now, in this case, I'm speaking vaguely, someone. I don't have John, Samantha's concrete. Just something or other. I want to say that it's close to the something that's there. Someone, something, right. So we've got vaguer information. But we don't seem to have strong enough information to rule out a whole lot of others. So how would we say that there is something that is in the D circle, in the S circle, and in the L circle? Well, the only possibility is to say that it's in there. There's something in there. Right? Maybe you walk into a room, you haven't identified any of the people yet, but right, you know something's going on really bad. All right, all humans are rational and capable of self-agency. All right, this is the one that we did the circles for. Now let's do the diagramming of the information for it. All humans are capable of rationality. Let's take that part. Well, this here would be a human being that is not capable of rationality. It would be outside of the R circle. Same here. So we cross this out. Nothing here. That's empty. And capable of self-agency. Well, these would be humans that we think are not capable of self-agency. So we know there's nothing there either. That gets crossed out. That then is to say, all of the humans have to be in here. If we're just speaking abstractly, maybe we're talking about things we don't really sure that humans exist, or just hypothetically, we would not put an X there. That's the material implication. If we stay in the hypothetical mode, we won't make that assumption. If we're talking in a context where we know we're talking about real entities, then I would put an X here. If I change this argument, though, to unicorns, suppose all unicorns are rational and capable of, I've just made up this fictional creature. Well, we would not use material implication in that case for reasons that when we enter a fictional space, the metaphysical assumptions are different. We don't want to make those assumptions when we're doing the logic, so we would just leave it with this abstract characterization. As I said, that's an interesting issue, but a little to the side for us right now. Now this, again, something worth practicing. Take individual propositions and diagram them until one becomes fluid with putting the X's where they need to go. Now, for the big payoff, once we are comfortable with taking individual categorical propositions and diagramming them, we can then take entire arguments. So in this case, we have two propositions and a conclusion. We're going to then say we have three categories, so we can use those same three circles and start down that exercise. At the end of engaging in that exercise, we will be able to step back, look at the diagram, and it will tell us whether this is a valid argument or an invalid argument. And the thing to be keeping in mind will be the formulation we put out several times before. In a valid argument, if the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. Right? Or if the premises are taken for granted, the conclusion follows logically. And what we'll be looking for is, once we take the information from the premises, if it already just kind of follows necessarily that the conclusion is true, then when we diagram the information in the premises, that is to say, we capture visually the abstract information of the premises, we will find that the conclusion is already diagrammed for us. Right? The conclusion in that sense is built into the information already given in the premises. Or another way of putting it is to say that the conclusion is implicit in the argument premises. And the purpose of the argument is to make explicit what's already implicit in the premises. Or you've got enough information to make that move safely. So let's, with that preamble, do the same thing here. So we have humans, mammals, and mortals. So we'll call those the humans. These will be all of the mammals. These will be all of the mortals. Okay. All humans are mammals. Well, what's that to say? Well, this would be a human that's not a mammal. So there's nothing there. This would be a human that's not a mammal. There can't be anything there, so we can safely cross this out. Those two possible zones, given this information, must be empty zones. All mammals are mortal. So now we look at the mammals and the mortals. We know, well, this would be a mammal that's not mortal. There can't be anything there. This would be a mammal that is not mortal. There can't be anything there either. So we can cross those zones out. Those are empty zones. That's the information we get from this second premise. Now we stop. You diagram the premises and no more. And we look and we ask, have we already diagrammed the conclusion? Now, if we were going to diagram the conclusion, we're not going to, but we would say all humans are mortal. We would say something like, well, this would be a human that's immortal, and that doesn't exist. This would be a human that's immortal, and that doesn't exist. But we already know that that doesn't possible. It's already been diagrammed for us in the information that we got from the two premises. We're now going to turn more to emphasizing the positive, right? Good arguments, valid arguments, as we like to call them in logic, and then even upgrading to sound arguments. Last couple of sessions, we've been focusing unrelievedly on the very common bad arguments that we see fairly regularly, the so-called informal fallacies. We're going to be looking at a class of arguments that we call syllogisms, say why they're called syllogisms in a moment or so. And there's a lot of them, and a significant number of them are valid. And so we will be able to figure out which ones are the valid ones. We'll practice some, so we start to kind of train our logic muscles, logic memory muscles, to recognize those patterns. And we'll be able to more easily differentiate the ones that are invalid. And again, developing some memory muscle, so to speak, in our logic brains, so that when we see or sense those patterns, we'll be less likely to fall for them or to attend to them a little bit more. Now, a syllogism is any argument that has two premises and a conclusion. And there's a division of those into three different types: categorical, hypothetical, and disjunctive. And over this session and the next section, we're going to develop techniques for identifying those and evaluating them. Before we plunge into that, I want to touch base again with the terminology from our very first session, where we introduced the concept of truth and validity. Once we've done the work of figuring out what the argument is, we've got the premises identified, we've identified the conclusion. Often we start putting them in standard form: premise, premise, however many there are, conclusion. Then we turn to the evaluative work. Is this a good argument, logically speaking? There are the two virtues that we are looking for. Of course, we want to have the premises be true. So when we're making an argument, we start off with an initial logical obligation of, if I'm going to believe something or reason on the basis of something that I believe, I should make some effort to make sure that it's a true, that it's a fact, or that it's justified by some previous logical reason, and I can take it as reasonably true. So we will look at all of the premises individually in the argument. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? Or however much. And then if we have questions about it, we do our side research to reaffirm ourselves whether the argument is true or not. Typically, we don't spend a lot of time on truth in logic classes, largely because we're arguing about everything in the universe, and we're developing tools to enable us to argue about anything in the universe. But we don't have time in the logic class to independently figure out everything in the universe or even go research all of the various areas. So in that sense, logic recognizes arguments are going to be good if they have true premises, but that's the job of the physicists, the mathematicians, or you in your ordinary life, to gather the data, the facts, to make sure your premises are true. We are more likely to specialize in what you do with those premises, how you combine them and recombine them, sometimes slice and dice them and repackage them in order to try to make an inference, to make a mental move from the premises to the conclusion, to say that this conclusion follows from premises to the conclusion, to say that this conclusion follows from these premises. And we will take it more or less for granted that the premises are true or arguable about. What we're more interested in is what's going on structurally or formally in the move from the premises to the conclusion. And that is where we use the concept of validity. What's the structure of the argument? What's the pattern of the argument? What's the form of the argument? And then is it a good one or not? If it's a good pattern and we've tested it, we know it's a good pattern, we will say it's valid. If it's a bad pattern, we will say it is invalid. So the clarification is, and technical terminology, just automate it. Right? Truth is a matter of the individual premises. Do they fit the facts or not? Validity or not has to do with the logical moves or the illogical moves that one is making. So in this case here, let's use these three as test examples. First one, all humans are mammals and all mammals are mortal, so all humans are mortal. Now this is a categorical syllogism. It has three categories. right? Mammals, humans, and mortal. And then those three categories are connected in various ways. And what we're interested in for the logic is the nature of that connection. But our basic work is, we would read that through and we would say, there's a so there. So I would circle the so or underline it. Sometimes it's good to have different colors. This is a conclusion indicator. This is my conclusion. All humans are mortal. These must be my premises because all humans are mammals and all mammals are mortal. Now, first evaluative questions. Is it true that all humans are mammals? Okay. Well, as far as I know, true. All mammals are mortal. Is that true? As far as I know, yes. So check, check, check. But we're more likely in a logic class to say, okay, well, this really is an issue for biologists. Right? This really also is an issue for biologists. We're not biology experts here, so let's just take that for granted. Seems like it's true, but what we want to know is, if that's true, and now I've shifted into a hypothetical voice, right? If that is true, and if that is true, does it follow logically that this has to be true? You have no question in your mind that it has to be true. And in this case, we would say yes. So in my evaluator, we say, yeah, fine. We have true premises. Just abbreviating truth with the T. And if this is good logical structure, we would say it is valid. And by valid, we mean the conclusion follows necessarily from those premises. If it doesn't, if there's a big question about it, or we can show that in fact that question is justified and the conclusion does not follow, it is invalid. Now here's the first contrast example. Let's read this one through. All rabbits are birds and all birds eat whales, so all rabbits eat whales. Okay, and you go, oh my God, what's wrong with this guy? Right, well, lots is wrong with this, okay. So we start our first evaluative questions. We have the so. All rabbits are birds. Is that true? Well, no. All right, all birds eat whales? No. All right, so we have to set the stage. So the first thing that we always want to do is we look at the argument, or if we're just starting with propositions, and see how many categories are we dealing with. And we will draw a circle to represent each category. Initially, abstractly, we don't know if the things in that category overlap or they don't. So we'll leave open both of those possibilities. We'll draw this circle and this circle with some overlap, but also some areas where there's not overlap. And then we'll carry on. There is a way to do one more circle that I know of, in more advanced categorical syllogisms. If you have three premises and then a conclusion, there still is a way graphically to represent it. It gets more difficult after that just because we have a two-dimensional space and we're trying to capture multiple dimensions. So we will stick with the three-dimensional ones right now, or the three category arguments as well. So in this case, what we would do is say, take number one. There's Samantha is here. She's her own category. Here are all of the things that are lean, and here are all of the things that are elegant. Now we know that according to this proposition that we're trying to say that Samantha is both of these things. So we want to indicate somehow that on the diagram, this is where Samantha lives, or this is where Samantha hangs out, so to speak. So what we could do, and one of the symbols is if we're talking about one thing, is just put an X, right? And the language is going to be that X means that there is something there. So to indicate that there is something right there, we could put an X. But this something is a little bit generic. So what we typically do then is say is anytime we're dealing with the whole of a category or something that represents a whole category, we're going to use shading. Right? And that's, I'll just call that shading. That means nothing is there. And these will be our two graphical conventions. There's either something there or there isn't something there. Those are the only two options. So we have something that indicates the one, something that indicates the other. So in this case, what we know about Samantha is that she is both lean and elegant. So it's not possible for Samantha to be here. There's nothing there, we would say. Because that would be Samantha not lean and not elegant. We could consider this, we say it's not there either, because that would be Samantha elegant, but not lean. So we know there is nothing there. Nothing there. And then what about this category here? Well, that would be Samantha being lean but not elegant, but we are told that she is elegant, so we know there's nothing there either. That's been ruled out as a possibility. If we know that Samantha is a real person and not just a made-up one, she would say that's where she is. Samantha is there. Now, try the one with John. Things that are funny, things that are sophisticated. What is the relationship asserted by this particular proposition? Well, we know rough and readily, we want to have John somewhere also in the same as the F circle, but not in the S circle, because the assertion is that he's not sophisticated. All right, so we can't say that John is here. This would be John in the sophisticated circle. This would also be John in the sophisticated circle. So we want to say, I want to rule that out. There's nothing there. We've got sophisticated things. We got John over here. No overlap between the two. But we do want to say that John is also in the funny things circle. So John is not over here. He's an unfunny John. Right? And we said that's not the case. So there's nothing over here. And that means, since if John is a real guy, this is the material implication point. He's a material being who actually exists. We'll say this is that, where that something is, the John stands. So Samantha is lean and elegant. John is funny but not sophisticated. The diagrams are similar but importantly different. This carries graphical information that is different from the graphical information of this one here. All right, someone is a dirty, stinking liar. Okay, boy, the language is getting strong here. Okay. Human, that's not a mammal. So there's nothing there. This would be a human, that's not a mammal. There can't be anything there, so we can safely cross this out. Those two possible zones, given this information, must be empty zones. All mammals are mortal. So now we look at the mammals and the mortals. We know, well, this would be a mammal that's not mortal. There can't be anything there. This would be a mammal that is not mortal. There can't be anything there either. So we can cross those zones out. Those are empty zones. That's the information we get from this second premise. Now we stop. You diagram the premises and no more. And we look and we ask, have we already diagrammed the conclusion? Now, if we were going to diagram the conclusion, we're not going to, but we would say all humans are mortal. We would say something like, well, this would be a human that's immortal, and that doesn't exist. This would be a human that's immortal, and that doesn't exist. But we already know that that doesn't possible. It's already been diagrammed for us in the information that we got from the two premises. In this case, our conclusion is already diagrammed. It's represented graphically based on this abstract information. So we've not made stuff up. We've not gone beyond the available evidence. We have reasoned well. This now is a valid argument. Having done this exercise, do it with several examples until it becomes obvious. Right? You say, oh yeah, that's great. Then just memorize that one. This always is a good pattern of reasoning. By contrast, to show how the diagram will prove to you that something does not follow, that it's an invalid argument, let's use our whipping boy here, this is the one we've used several times. Intuitively, or just looking at it as something seems wrong about it, but let's show graphically why this is going to be so. So all men here, I guess I need ME, MO for all of the mortals, and pigs. We'll put those guys down there. 3 categories, 3 circles, each one labeled. We say all men are mortal. Well, we've done that one before. So this would be a man that isn't mortal, outside the mental, so there's nothing there. This would be something that is a man, but also outside the mortal category, so there can't be anything there. So almost typically the universal positive proposition, you're crossing out those 2 zones. All the men have to be over here. That's what we know. Second piece of information, though, that we're given in the argument is that all of the pigs are mortal too. So this would be a pig that is not mortal. So there's nothing there. That's empty. This also would be something that's a pig. It's in the P circle and not mortal, but it's already crossed out. So we just leave that one alone. So we've diagrammed this one. We've diagrammed this one. We stop. If the argument is valid, our conclusion is diagrammed for us. If it's not diagrammed, then that would mean we would need more information in the diagram in order to capture the information of the premise. So if it's not diagrammed, that means it's an invalid argument. So we say all men are pigs. That's the asserted conclusion. We look at the diagram. Well, it could be, as far as we know, there are some men in this category here, but it also could be that there are some men in this category. This is still possible. And these are men who are not pigs. So that then is to say, this argument is asserting that there's nothing there, that all of the men have to be down there, but that we don't know that yet, given this information. This argument goes beyond the information in the premises. The conclusion does not necessarily follow. This is now an invalid argument. And then the claim is there's 256 of them. You can go through, and what you will find is 24 of them work, or 16 of them work, depending on the material implication issue. The other ones are going to be no, invalid, invalid, invalid. It's a useful exercise to do a lot of those, because then you start to recognize certain patterns and things crop up on a regular basis, as well as just becoming really good at doing Venn diagrams quite quickly. But even so, don't feel obligated to do all of that. Do enough of these to make sure that the Venn diagram works for you and it seems a reliable method. And then when necessary, dealing with something complicated or interesting or something you want to double check, do the diagram for your own reassurance. One of the great controversies in the philosophy of logic has been over the status of logical principles. So we develop Venn diagrams, we develop rules, we make distinctions between valid and invalid. In many cases, it gets very abstract very quickly. And logic shades into formal mathematics fairly quickly. And one philosophical tradition has instituted a kind of divide between formal methods of thinking that exist only in the mind and applications in the actual world. And for various philosophical reasons, the claim ends up being that these formal abstract principles are just that. They are just empty formal definitions. Now, one form of this came to be popular in the early 20th century when it came out of philosophy of language that said language is made up of terms that we have defined, but we can define terms any way that we want. Grammar is a matter of a whole bunch of rules, but we can make up, if we want, all kinds of grammatical rules, whatever we want, including grammar and rules for chess and all sorts of games, including logic and mathematics. And we start to see them just as games based on rules that we made up. But they're not real, right? They are empty. They are just, we have decided to define terms a certain way and make combinations of symbols in certain ways. They're not actually saying anything about the way the world works. And the early Wittgenstein is very close to this position in a work that he called Tractatus Logico Philosophicus. And there's an arresting quotation. Of course, there's a broader context for all of this, but the point for our purpose is to say that all the propositions of logic say the same thing, that is, nothing. So logic is ultimately empty. It's just a formal game that we play. It doesn't tell us anything about the world, the structure of the world, the causal nature of reality, and so on. It is a subjective game. Now, it might be a game that we really like to play. And given my constitution, I might like the idea of defining rules a certain way and then making sure I can stay within the bounds of those rules and see how far I can go with those rules. But I'm not really saying anything about reality if I am just using abstract S's and P's and alls and this, that, or just words and so on. Now, another anti-logic position, even more extreme, has been to say, yes, we do have logical principles and so forth, but they also are in subjective origin, not so much because we've decided to define terms, even define terms carefully, or rules of grammar, but they have a different kind of subjective source. And Friedrich Nietzsche is one of the big names behind this tradition here. Let me read this quotation from his late works, The Will to Power. Our subjective compulsion to believe in logic indicates merely that long before we became conscious of logic itself, we did nothing but introduce its postulates into events. Now we find them in events we can no longer help. The world seems logical to us because we have already made it logical. So the idea is the world is what it is. For all we know, it could be chaos and we're just complete randomness and so forth. But something subjective in us doesn't like that. So what we do, even before we start to think about it, is we start to impose structure, impose order, impose logic on the world. And that, according to his mentor, largely his mentor Schopenhauer, makes us feel more comfortable, right, which is a subjective emotional state. Nietzsche is not quite so strong in that way, but nonetheless, what we are doing is imposing what we want onto the world. And if we happen to want the world to be logical and orderly, then we will construct, even without realizing or that we are doing it, a basically logical and orderly way of looking at it. Then the logicians come along and say, oh, we will just take that subjective structuring and run with it and be very, but really it says more about us than it does about reality itself. Then the third position here is represented by H.W.B. Joseph, early 20th century, in the Aristotelian tradition of logic, that logic is formal, but it's not only formal, that the forms of logic are abstractions on patterns in reality, that we should have a compulsion to be logical, but it's not something that just happens automatically. We know it's possible for us to have a compulsion not to be logical, and we have to choose the right choice, which is to be logical because we want our subject to match objects as they are out there. So in his formulation, unless the primary laws of thought, those are the logical principles, were laws of things, our thought would be doomed by its very nature to misapprehend the nature of things. And he goes on to argue that, yes, we do have laws of thought, but they're not just arbitrary semantic definitions that we came up with. It's not just emotionalist tidying things up because we want things to be tidied up. Our laws of thought are reflective or mirroring or abstractions on or drawn in some way from the structure of reality. Things are what they are, they move in various ways and in various abstract ways. That's where we get our logic from. Now, this is just to introduce another deep debate in the philosophy of logic, particularly as we get more and more abstract, as we've seen in this lecture. Where you stand on this issue becomes fundamentally important.
Is there a way to use logic to deal with the appeal to majority, for instance?
Yes, or in particular the appeal to majority? Or yes, okay. I think the best way is to start with oneself because we all have our individual minds, but we all are also social beings. And we typically, to the extent we are social and we like other people, we want to be in agreement with other people. And if we are benevolent, we typically like to give people the benefit of the doubt initially. So the first thing would be to recognize that that's all fine and normal and healthy. The point would be just to make sure that when you are thinking about something that matters to you and you know your own mind, make sure you're not letting those social desires influence your thinking. And sometimes that requires just a self-identify. Oh, I'm dealing with this issue. Or I really want to say yes, but I'm not sure. And make it your own habit. Then how you do that with other people, I think it depends on how close the relationship is with you, how much time you are spending with someone. But if you are, say, the mother, then you're going to spend a lot of time with people, just modeling that in your behavior. You want to get along with your kids, you want your kids to agree with you, but show them that you're being reasonable, right, in doing so. That you're not just going to agree with them automatically, but you know how to raise gentle criticisms and provide the counter evidence, and also that you don't expect them to do the same with respect to you and your partner. Right? If you outnumber them, right, it's going to be, we want you to think for this and come to agreement, but by your own light. So I think it has to be a slow, carefully built up set of habits.
If we go back to fallacies, I was thinking about the hot debates that are happening today, and given like the abortion debate, so pro-choice or pro-life, the usual argument is if when life begins, that is usually the thing. But nowadays, there's an argument about the bodily autonomy, as far as to say that women should have pro-choice. So is that a logical fallacy? Because it's not really centering on the whether or not it's a life, or is it a logical argument?
Right. Now, that's a good complex set of issues. So one way, and the abortion issue, like all controversial issues, is rife with logical fallacies all over the place, right? So to take the appeal to emotion, for example, people on the pro-life will say, abortion is the murder of tiny defenseless human beings. Right? Just put that out there really strongly. Tiny, defenseless, and then human beings and murder. So it's all strong language. And if all you have is that, then that is appeal to emotion. On the other side, if the pro-life people will say, well, abortion is just the surgical removal of an unwanted clump of cells, right, or something like that. So they're going out of their way in that language to dehumanize whatever potential status the fetus has. And both of those are signs that you're dealing with people who are not interested in actually looking at the issue logically and see what the facts on the ground are. The second part of your question, I think, is not fallacious because I think you're right to say part of the abortion argument does involve the status of the fetus. So we do need to spend a certain amount of time looking at embryology and fetal development and figuring out what the significant milestones are, what traits are present, which ones are activated at what point. And all of that has to feed into our decision about what is the status of the fetus. At what point does it become human, person, rights bearing? And all of those concepts are slightly different. It's one thing to say something has a personality, to say that it's a human personality. Dogs have personalities. So the person language, but human language. And then to be a rights bearing being is another thing in there. So what is the status of the fetus requires, I think, a lot of moral investigation and a lot of biological investigation. But the other side of the argument, or the other part of the argument, it's not a side of the argument, is to say, yeah, the fetus is in the woman's body, and the woman is a human being. She is a person. She is a rights-bearing being. So what is her status? And then again, we have to do the same sorts of things, attend to her biology, attend to her moral significance. Then once we've got it worked out, the right kind of solution is going to talk about the relationship between those two in the best resolution. So I don't think it's an unfair thing for one person to say, well, look, the fetus has a certain status. And they may say a good argument for why the fetus has that status. For the other side to come back immediately and say, yes, but the woman also has certain status and rights as well. So that's just to put two parts of the overall picture on the table for discussion, and that seems perfectly legitimate to me.
So, on the theme of fallacies, what are some factors that make someone more susceptible to fallacies?
Yes, that's a good question. And there are dozens of other commonly committed fallacies. Sometimes logicians will just use the label non sequitur, borrowing from the Latin, just because there's so many of them, you don't want to name all of them, but in many cases, just the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. It's not in sequence, it's a non sequitur. So your question, though, is in part a psychological question, I think. So we know that there are people who don't commit fallacies very much. They're clean in their thinking. Other people are, yeah, it's like, whoa, yeah, so what's going on there? And maybe we don't want to know too much about what's going on in there in the analysis. But I would say probably the two biggest ones are laziness. Right? That seems to be common to many of the fallacies, because what the fallacies almost all we enable you to do is there's some complicated or important issue, is just not to have to deal with it, not to have to do the work, right, and so forth. So if you can just throw a fallacy out there, sounds like you've said your 2 cents worth, you've made an argument, but it's almost like a get out of jail free card from having to do thinking. So in that case, the difference would be between people who are committed to doing work, if it needs to be done, and people who are just lazy. I think another bigger one, if I was just to mention another one, is that probably subjectivism is, it can be an own standalone fallacy, but subjectivism often will utilize the other fallacies in self-defense as rhetorical strategy. So I want to believe what it is that I want to believe, and someone's giving me a hard time. They're presenting those pesky facts and counter arguments and criticisms and so forth. And I don't want to deal with it because I don't want seriously to consider the possibility that I'm wrong and I need to rethink certain important things in my view. So depending on the kind of argument that you are dealing with or the kind of data that you are dealing with, it might be useful as a subjectivist just then to say, well, I don't like this person's race, so I'll use an ad hominem to get rid of that person, right? Or I will, dealing with someone who seems kind of sophisticated and is used to multi-step arguments, so I will argue in a circle and maybe it will track it. So I'll use begging the question in that case. If it's someone who is under my power, who's raising difficult questions, I can threaten that kid, right? And that's the use of appeal to force. So maybe what's really going on is the subjectivism, but the person just has all the fallacies, so to speak, as tools in the toolkit to be used depending on the circumstance. So I think that's the best short answer we can come up with.
So a question about, and I'm going to mispronounce his name, Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein, Nietzsche, and Joseph. It seems their relationship to logic is literally the relationship to truth, as in subjective. There is an objective truth, and no, it's all subjective. I mean, Nietzsche practically said that logic is like unconscious bias that we manifest, right? Belief.
Exactly.
Pure
So
belief.
yeah, Nietzsche is a Kantian in that respect. That we just have these but a Kantian with a twist, right? So we have these inbuilt structures is the Kantian idea. Whatever reality is, we have no idea what that is. All we can do is think that our subconscious minds or our unconscious minds structure the data a certain way, and so it's the working out of subjectivity. Nietzsche is a couple generations later, and he argues that these subjective structures are not constant and universal. They're more relative and subject to change. And so it might be that there are different logics or different subjectivities at work. But you're exactly right. This is the fundamental issue of objectivity versus subjectivity. What sets the terms? So the small o objectivists, Aristotle on down to H.W.B. Joseph in the 20th century, want to say, what's out there objectively in reality sets the terms, and the subject initially has to take its marching orders from reality. It might be that we have distinctive methods because of our mental structure, right, about how we process that data. We might devise tools, but nonetheless, those methods that we use have to prove themselves as being capable of keeping us connected objectively to reality. And the subjectivists are almost always skeptical, or skeptics initially. What they find is they think, for various reasons, that we can't maintain a connection between our minds and reality. There's a breakdown at some point. So our subjective side is disconnected from reality, and it just takes on a life of its own, and we don't talk about reality at all. Now, the concept of truth that you mentioned right along the way, in my conceptual scheme, that is a correlative concept with the concept of fact. So all of human cognition is our minds in relationship with reality. And so it's a relationship, right? And if the relation is a positive relationship, then we say things like it's an objective relationship. But then we have terms to designate the two sides of the relationship. So what's the nature of reality? There we're talking about facts, right? And then we want to get those facts inside our minds in some sense, but then we form concepts and propositions. And when we use truth language, we're talking about what's going on the subject side. So we say, you take these initial data, or you're trying to figure out what the facts of the world are, and the result is we want to have in the mind true propositions about that. And so if we say it's a fact, then in that context, we're emphasizing the object side of the relationship. If we're using the word true, we're emphasizing and stressing the subject side of the relationship. Okay. So already we use, I think, 8 or more important cognitive concepts, and all that needs to get sorted out. Very good question, too. All right, let's turn to hypothetical syllogisms. Categorical syllogisms, as we have seen, involve taking 2 categories, and it gets complicated because with 2 categories, we can say a lot of different things about them. And there are 256 possibilities, and we have Venn diagrams and rule methods to sort out the valid from the invalid. Hypothetical arguments are much simpler because there's only 6 possible hypothetical forms. 3 of them are valid and 3 are not valid. So we can just talk through them, identify the forms, use a couple of examples. And these ones are susceptible to memory. And these are ones that you should make a commitment to memorizing the patterns and making it automatic so that you recognize them, valid, invalid. The red flags go up automatically when they need to do so. Now, a hypothetical proposition or a sentence is one that is governed by the if-then structure and connects with our ordinary use of hypothesis. So I consider this as a possibility, and if this is possible, then we draw out some implications. Now, as with all other kinds of propositions, English is very rich and varied in how it makes its hypothetical statements. So the first thing to do is to get comfortable with recognizing hypothetical statements when you see them. One thing is to just the if-then structure, if-then. Start to circle it if you're dealing with something in print and you're comfortable with putting print circle to it, or write it out, but pay attention to the if-then structure. Sometimes people don't say, if this is true, then this other thing is true. They will say, this other thing is true if this other thing is true. So sometimes you'll get the then part first and then the if part first. Just a little piece of language, terminology. The part between the if and the then, we call it the antecedent. The part after the then, we call it the consequent. We'll come back to that because in naming the arguments, we use this antecedent and consequent language. But we have the if, then the antecedent, whatever it is the claim is there, a then, and then a consequent. Now, all of these on the board are hypothetical statements, but they don't, obviously, all of them anyways, include the if-then structure. Sometimes we use other hypothetical pieces of language. Should the floodwaters rise too high? We're not saying the floodwaters are going to rise too high, but we're saying if they will rise too high, then something will happen. In this case, I didn't even put the word then in there. But what we have is an antecedent, which is this here. So if, write it out formally, flood waters rise too high. So that's a big long phrase. Then, making it explicit, they will burst the temporary dams. Okay, the waters will burst the temporary dams. So in standard form, we take this English and we would put it into that, a clear symbolized if-then structure. He must have at least a high school diploma should it turn out that he's a chartered accountant. Now in this case, we have this should, which is not a moral should, right, but it's a hypothetical should. Should it turn out he's a chartered accountant, this is actually our antecedent here. So we would say if he really is a chartered accountant, then he must have at least a high school diploma. So we would rewrite this one. If he's a CA, if that's true, then high school diploma. Something like that. No pain, no gain. Okay. Catchier slogan, right? But we logicians, let's make it really obvious. A commitment to logic. I will take. It's not the case that your life is worth living. Next lecture, when we then I don't see something, then not believe. Or it could be to say, well, if I believe something, then it must be that I see it with my own eyes, or I saw it with my own eyes. Let's see. And those are logically two equivalent ways of doing the same thing. If believe, then see. If not see, then not believe. These, we give them a label. We call these the contrapositive of each other. We love to label everything, right? Break it down and make up. But what this shows is we take what's in the antecedent position here and we move it to the consequent position and negate it. We take what was in the consequent position, move it to the antecedent position and negate it. So switch the two terms and negate both. It ends up being logically possible or logically equivalent. But we can prove that. We'll probably prove that in the next lecture when we do some more sophisticated things with hypotheticals. But this point just now is that something like this, these are equally legitimate ways of translating it. Live by the sword, die by the sword. An old cliche. The import of this is it's kind of fun. You embrace a life of violence, then you expect to die violently and probably shorter. So if live by the sword, then die by the sword. time flies when you're having fun. Okay, another cliche. In this case, so this is probably our antecedent. If you are having fun, then time goes fast, or time psychologically seems to go fast. I'm not going to try to squeeze that in there. This would be a case where we get the consequent first, we get the antecedent second, and we would just make that reversal in writing it out formally. This one from Socrates: the unexamined life is not worth living. I'm going to call to doing philosophy. Unexamined life is not worth living. Now we have a not here. We also have a negative here, an unexamined, a not examined life. So we might think about detaching that. But what is he saying? We could say, if you not examine your life, then it's not the case that your life is worth living. If you have a not examined life, then then it's not the case that your life is worth living. Stilted, but captures? I think so. We could also, in this case, say, if you have a life worth living, then you must have examined your life. He's making that as a necessary condition of the good life. Once again, those two are equivalent formulations, contrapositive. In this case, what's in the antecedent position goes to the consequent position and is negated. That would be not EL, the double negative cancels out. What's in the consequent position goes to the antecedent position and again is negated. Those are equivalent operations. This one from Ecclesiastes: he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. King James Version, so 400-year-old English. Why not? Right? So this is somewhat pessimistic, right? If you increase your knowledge, then you increase your sorrow. And then if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Right? A little bit of humor from Voltaire. Right? Then we would just say, if not the case that God exists, then we should invent God. All right, again, some starting examples. Right? Some of them are Old English, some of them are Newer English, different orders. And just do as many of them as you can for whatever your logic practice source is going to be to become familiar with it. Now that said, we take this exercise seriously to translate the ordinary English into standard form. Then we can see how these hypothetical statements are used in argumentation. Then we want to evaluate those arguments. All right, I mentioned that hypothetical arguments, it turns out there's only 6 forms that are possible. Here are 4 of them. We'll save the other 2. These 4 are called mixed hypothetical arguments. We don't need to get hung up on the names, but why they are so called is that they are driven first by a hypothetical proposition. That sets the term. If Roberto worked hard, then he is tired. If there is fire, then there is oxygen. But then that works with just a standard declarative sentence and we reach a conclusion. That's just a straightforward declarative sentence. The other kinds of hypothetical arguments are going to be pure hypothetical arguments, where if this, then that, if that, then this other thing, and everything stays at the level of hypothetical propositions. But what we have then is, if Roberto worked hard, then he is tired, this proposition, and then, as we can see, this is our conclusion indicator. We know that that is the conclusion. Now, does that seem like a valid argument to you? It's always worth just checking your own logical sense. If Roberto worked harder, then he is tired. Roberto did work hard, therefore he is tired. And chances are good you will nod and say, yeah, that seems fine. This is a valid argument form. The way it goes is, if Roberto works hard, then Roberto is tired. Roberto worked hard, therefore Roberto is tired. Now, the label that we put to this argument, we call this affirming the antecedent. And the naming of this argument is to say, well, Roberto worked hard. This is our antecedent. But what the second premise in this argument is doing is telling you that the antecedent is in fact true. It affirms the antecedent. So if RWH, then something happens, and then we affirm, yes, we do in fact have RWH. Therefore, we can draw the consequent as the conclusion. So I'll put the label here, affirming the antecedent. And affirming the antecedent is valid. That's a legitimate form. Okay. So just memorize that one. After doing a certain number of examples, I might be a taxi driver. I would say, if you give me $20, I will drive you to the airport. The affirmation would be, oh, you gave me $20, therefore I will drive you to the airport. Right? That would also be affirming the antecedent. Now, contrast that one to this second one here. If Roberto worked hard, then he is tired. Then what we have in the second premise is Roberto has not worked hard. Therefore, he is not tired. So if we symbolize this one, we would say, if Roberto worked hard, then Roberto is tired. Then not, detaching it, it's not the case that Roberto worked hard. And then I draw the conclusion, is not the case that Roberto is tired. Now, in terms of naming conventions, we have the antecedent and consequent. What the second premise is doing is denying the antecedent, saying that the antecedent did not obtain, it didn't happen, it's not true, right, or whatever. So we label this argument denying the antecedent. Internal check, does that seem like a valid argument? If it were true that one would be tired if one worked hard, or Roberto would be tired but if he worked hard, but he didn't work hard, therefore he's not tired, you should have a red flag at this point, or hope to get a red flag. Because what this tells you is that there's one way Roberto can become tired, that is if he worked hard, but the fact that he did not work hard doesn't exhaust the ways in which he could become tired. Maybe he didn't work hard, but maybe he went to the gym for a lot of hours. Right? And so he didn't work hard, but he did something else, and that other thing, right? Or maybe he didn't work hard, but he's been awake for 48 hours straight. And so he'd still tired. So it's possible that this is true. If he had worked hard, he would be tired. And it's true that he didn't work hard, but this not to be true. And that then means this is an invalid argument. Never works. Now, this is one of the ones, again, worth memorizing and practicing, because this happens all the time, everywhere. You see it all over the place. When people aren't being careful, they slip into denying the antecedent. They think they've proved something, but they hadn't. And it's not just people are being lazy. Sometimes you're dealing with complicated stuff, and this seems to get you where you want to go, but it doesn't actually advance your case. So far we have one valid one, one invalid one. Let's carry on with this one, just changing up the kind of example to make it a little more interesting. If there is fire, then there is oxygen. Okay, so a claim from physics and combustion, you have to have oxygen in order to get fire. In this case, there's no oxygen, right, whatever setup we are talking about. And I make the conclusion, therefore, there is no fire. So simplify, if fire, then oxygen. That's the first claim. Then we make the claim, not oxygen. There's no oxygen there. Then I draw the conclusion, there can't be any fire, not fire. Right, sometimes taking the larger amounts of language and simplifying it helps clarify the logic. Internal check. So if you have fire, then you have to have oxygen. Don't have any oxygen, therefore we don't have any fire. How does that compute? And that should sound good. This is a valid form, always legitimate. Often used in the sciences. The scientists will have a hypothesis. On the basis of that hypothesis, you will make some predictions, and then you experimentally test those predictions. And if the predictions do not come out the way you want, you consider the hypothesis challenged, perhaps refuted. What would we call this one? Well, what we would look at, see what's happening is in this second premise, it is denying the consequent, saying whatever's in the consequent did not happen. So that is what we call it. We call it denying the consequent. And that is a perfectly valid argument. One more possibility. You can see in this case, we affirmed the consequent. Here we we affirmed the antecedent. Here we denied the antecedent. Here we denied the consequent. So the fourth possibility is going to be to affirm, to affirm the antecedent, consequent. So that's what we have here. If there's fire, then there is oxygen present. There is oxygen present. Same there, therefore fire is present. Let's symbolize it a little. If fire, then oxygen. In this case here, we do have oxygen, we say, whatever our circumstance is. We conclude, therefore, we must have fire. Okay. And yes, this is affirming the consequent. Put that down here. Internal check. Does it seem like it's a valid form or invalid? It is invalid. And again, one of the ones worth recognizing a pattern because it too gets committed with frequency. Try it with a number of different examples, right? If you insult him, he will become angry. And you see him, and he's very angry. Does it follow that you insulted him? No. There's lots of reasons why he might be angry. So it can be true that if you insult him, he will be angry. It can be true that he is angry, but it doesn't follow that he is angry because you insulted him in that case. That's not a legitimate form of reasoning. So try lots of them and get comfortable with them. Setting us up in part for our next session, I want to add one more set of labels here. Two of these have Latin names. The affirming the antecedent argument is also called modus ponens. If you're not into the terminology and language, don't worry about it, right? But it is called modus ponens, and basically it's arguing in the ponens mode, right? Going back to the original Latin. And so this valid affirming the antecedent is called MP or modus ponens. This one over here is called modus tollens. So we are arguing in the tollens mode, right, according to ancient Latin. Don't pay a lot of attention to that necessarily. It's just sets us up for some material we'll be covering a little bit later. Yes, notice the two valid forms. Affirming the antecedent gets a Latin name, denying the consequent gets a Latin name. These ones are so bad, they don't deserve a Latin name, right? So you don't get one. They're just bad arguments, right? But it is useful to have some sort of a label for them to know what we're talking about. Hypothetical arguments, we've seen the 4 mixed forms: affirming the antecedent, denying the antecedent, affirming the consequent, denying the consequent. Those are a mixture of hypothetical propositions or hypothetical statements that drive the argument or set the context for the argument, but then we bring in other non-hypothetical information to argue on the basis of. Pure hypothetical syllogisms represent the other 2 possible uses of hypothetical arguments, and they're called pure because every proposition or every sentence in the argument is a hypothetical argument. So you stay hypothetical mode. So in this case, we have 4 propositions. All of them are hypotheticals. If a student is young, then he's enthusiastic. If he's enthusiastic, if he will still diligent, if a student is young, in the conclusion, and so forth. Each of them has an antecedent and a consequent. So we know what our conclusion in this case is. This is our conclusion indicator. If a student is young, he will likely succeed. This is already somewhat pre-digested, but we say if a student is young, here we have the antecedent, then we have a consequent. He is enthusiastic. That is the consequent. The consequent of the first proposition becomes the antecedent of the next proposition. He is enthusiastic, then we have another consequent of that. Then he will be diligent. That is the consequent in that proposition. It becomes the antecedent in the next. If he is diligent, new consequent, he will likely succeed or succeed likely. And then what the conclusion does is it takes your very first antecedent and your final consequent and says, ta-da, those are connected. So this antecedent and this consequent are linked. Okay. Now this is sometimes called informally just a chain argument. For obvious reasons. Right? Metaphorically, chain links this to this, links this to this, links to this to this, and so forth. So therefore, the very first thing is also linked to the last thing, and you can assert that that linking has occurred. More formally, we just call this one the hypothetical syllogism. We don't even put the pure part in because it's just everything is hypothetical, all right? Or we will sometimes abbreviate it as HS, the hypothetical syllogism. And for sake of completeness, this is valid. If this is linked to this, and this is linked to that, and that's linked to that, and that's linked to that, then the first thing is linked to the other thing. Now, you might not agree with this conclusion. Right? You may be more pessimistic about education outcomes, but there's nothing wrong with the logic here. That would then mean you probably have some doubts about some of these premises. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's a little bit overstated. And if you change the premises, then you might mess up the argument and it's no longer legitimate. Now this one here should look somewhat familiar, but let's read it through. It's another hypothetical syllogism because each of the propositions is a hypothetical. Each is an if-then. If you're an attorney, then you went to college. Thus, if you're a physician, you are an attorney. So if we were to symbolize this one here, we would just say, if you're a physician, then you went to college. If you are an attorney, put my N in, then you went to college. And then we want to link these two in the conclusion. So therefore, if you are a physician, then you are an attorney. Okay. Now, red flags are going up, right? At this point, this is true, but we end up with something false. And there are some people who are both physicians and attorneys, but it's not a necessary connection. So this can be true, this can be true. It can be true that you're a physician, but not that you're an attorney. So this does not follow from that set of conclusions. This is an invalid argument. And the reason that it's invalid is for the same reason that when we were looking at categorical syllogisms, when we had the two terms in the premises both in the predicate position, the analog here is that in both cases we have the same thing in the consequent position. And once again, it's worth noticing the formal pattern and say, oh, wait, we have very similar things at the end. Doesn't matter whether it's the middle term or at the end, or whether it's the consequent. That's a suspect pattern of reasoning, whether you're doing hypotheticals, whether you're doing categoricals. And this one is typically given the name, the fallacy of the broken chain. It's the broken chain fallacy for this kind of hypothetical argument. Called the broken chain because, as we saw in this one, we went from antecedent to consequent, then the consequent became the antecedent, then the consequent became the antecedent. In this case, it breaks. If you're a physician, then you went to college, but we don't get something about going to college in the next proposition in the antecedent position. We start over with attorneys, and then we come back to this issue of college. So there's a break in that chain pattern, and that is illegitimate. Kind of obvious in a case like this, where again it will become less obvious, is when you're dealing with much more complicated material, longer chains of reasoning, and the language is messed up, and you've got lots of different formulations there. It's very easy, if you are not careful, to let the broken chain happen, and then you are lost, logically speaking. Disjunctive arguments are the third kind of syllogisms that we look at. There are categorical syllogism, hypothetical syllogisms. Disjunctives are either or statement. And we do have a lot of different ways of saying either or. Sometimes we also have in English built-in negations. We'll say neither nor, and that is to say it's not either or, and we have to pay attention to how to parse that out into formal language as well. But hypothetical syllogisms, there's 6 of them. Categorical syllogisms, there are 256 of them. There's only 3 when it comes to disjunctive syllogisms. 2 of them are valid, but there's a proviso that we have to talk about to show why the third one is valid. So either the temperature or the humidity is high. The barometer says the humidity is high, so the temperature is not high. Now this is driven by this either or construction. We get 2 alternatives, and then we go on in the basis of this one here to try to rule out something. Yuriko is either a real samurai or an excellent actor. There are no more real samurai. He is therefore a great actor. And then Sally is either pregnant or not pregnant. The test came back positive, thus she is not pregnant, or not unpregnant, right? Or thus she is pregnant. Okay, but we will keep the not in there for the clarifying of the logic reasons as well. So basically, when we boil this one down, we have either the temperature is high or humidity is high. The second sentence tells us that one of these disjuncts is true, or claims that one of the disjuncts is true. It is the case that the humidity is high. I'm using the up arrow just to indicate height. So if it's that one, then this argument is saying it's not that one, and that's what the conclusion is drawn. So it's not the case that the temperature is high. Gut check, internal check, how does that seem to you? And this one should send some red flags up. That is an invalid argument, right? Because it can be both. It could be that the temperature is high and the humidity is high. So the fact that we have affirmed one of these disjuncts doesn't mean that we can rule out the other disjunct. Now, immediately contrast that one with this one. Sally is either pregnant or not pregnant. So we have two disjuncts once again. The test comes back positive, and then we do the other one. So let's do that one. She is either pregnant or not pregnant. Then, second one came back positive. That is to say, we are affirming one of the disjuncts. Oops, not H, P. Let me try this better. She is in fact pregnant. And since we have affirmed this disjunct, we think that puts us in a position to deny or get rid of or rule out the other disjunct. So we say it's not that other one, but that other one is itself a negative formulation, not P. Now here's the question. This one seems perfectly fine, and it is perfectly fine. This one is not fine, but they seem to have the same pattern. We have a disjunction, two possibilities. Second premise, we affirm one of the disjuncts, and in the conclusion, we rule out one of the disjuncts, the other remaining disjunct. So why is this one good and this one is bad? And here we have to add something beyond pure logic. We have to add semantics. Because when we use either or, commonly in reasoning, we use the either or formulation differently. Sometimes we use it in a way where we say, it's either this or this, and it could be both. Or we use it's either this or it could be this, but it's not both. And those are different formulations, and we don't always make it clear and explicit in ordinary English which of those either ors we are using. So to put the language to it, we will say that this is an exclusive or. Okay. And what we mean by an exclusive or is we have an either or, and the truth of one excludes the possibility of the other. And that's why this isn't an either or, because if you're a woman, you are hard either or. You're pregnant or you're not pregnant. It's not possible to be pregnant and not pregnant. So one state excludes the possibility of the other. You're either dead or you're not dead. You're dead or alive. That would be an exclusive or. You can't be dead and alive. So the question always to ask is this an exclusive or not? Now this we call an inclusive or. Because the truth of one of the disjuncts includes the possibility of the other disjunct also being true, or it doesn't eliminate that possibility. So we have to remain inclusive in that sense, open to the possibility that both disjuncts are true. And that then means just because we find out that one of the disjuncts is true, we're not yet in a position to rule out the other one. So this one over here, this is an inclusive or. We have found out that one of the disjuncts is true, but we're not yet in a position to rule out the other one. So this is an invalid argument. This one over here, it's an exclusive or. We bring in that semantics. Right? Then we find we have affirmed one. That's enough for us to know that we can rule out the possibility of the other. So this is a valid pattern. What about this third one? Yoriko is either a real samurai or an excellent actor. There are no more real samurai. He is therefore a great actor. So if we do our symbolizing exercise, we either say Yoriko is a real samurai or Yoriko is a great actor. Those are our two disjuncts. In this case here, not the case that Yoriko can be a real samurai. Therefore, Yoriko is a great actor. Internal check, does that seem good? Got two possibilities. We eliminate one, it has to be the other. This or this, it's not that one, so it must be that one. That's what our conclusion draws. That should feel good. That is logically valid. So this is let me keep my color scheme consistent here. This is a valid argument form. This one we also just typically call the DS, the disjunctive syllogism, and it's legitimate. Okay, now if you notice structurally the difference between this one, which is valid, this one which is valid because it's exclusive, and this one which is not. In this case, our second premise is affirming one of the disjuncts, and whether that puts us in a position to eliminate the other one depends on the context. In this one here, we don't have to worry about whether it's inclusive or exclusive. If we have enough knowledge, the second premise, to rule out one of the possibilities, then we can go ahead and infer the other. This is the one that's probably most commonly used in detective fiction and real detective life. So a detective starting off investing a case might generate 6 possibilities. So we take a standard Agatha Christie novel. They're in some cozy country retreat, and there's 6 people there, and the host ends up dead. Well, immediately the detective is in a position, because it's a closed circumstance, to say it's one of these 6 people. So if we were to start formally, we would say it's either this person or 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 that person. Then typically what they do is they try to find evidence that points toward one of the people, but also this argument is used a lot. You look for a way to rule somebody out, right? This person was killed at this time. We can guarantee that this person was somewhere else at that same time. It can't be that person. So we cross that one out, and now we're down to 5. Find a reason to cross somebody else off the list. It can't be that person, right? And so forth, until you get down to the final person. Let's try 3 examples to illustrate different challenges in dealing with hypothetical and disjunctive arguments, determining their value or validity or not. Once we have learned and memorized the patterns, it's pretty straightforward, as often is the case. Wrestling with the language and getting into a standard form and seeing what that pattern is at least half of the challenge. So in this case here, this substance is not sodium because it burns with a green flame, which it would not do if it were sodium. So immediately what I would do is notice a few things. One is we have this word because. So that is a premise indicator. And almost always that points out the things that follow are going to be the premises, but what immediately preceded that is likely the conclusion. So what the person is trying to assert and wants us to believe is this substance is not sodium. So I would go off to the right over here. I would say the conclusion is this is not sodium. Well, why not? Another thing I would notice is, well, we have this if statement here. So this is probably going to then be a hypothetical argument, an if then. But we have the antecedent right at the very end. So where's the consequent? Well, we can try to reformulate this. If this substance were sodium, then it would not do something. Well, what is it that it would not do? There's a referent there, and we say, well, it wouldn't do this thing up here. It wouldn't burn with a green flame. That seems to be the assertion. But we have to do some massaging of the language to then say something like, if this were sodium, then what would not happen? It would not have a green flame when it burns. Seems all right. But then we say, this substance, whatever it is, burns with a green flame. So read it again, see if it maintains veracity or consistency with the original English. We've done some massaging here. if this were sodium, then it would not have a green flame when it's burning. But it does have a green flame. So it's not sodium. Right? Check, that seems fine. Now we step back and we say, well, what's going on in this argument? Hypothetical. So we look at what the second premise is doing. What the second premise is doing is denying the consequent up here. The consequent is not a green flame. This is saying the opposite of that, saying it is a green flame. So this argument form is denying the consequent. Then we consult our memories or we check our logic sense. Is denying the consequent legitimate? Is it valid? And the answer is yes. So this is a valid argument. Good one. Next, let's try this one. The electricity is on, so the circuit breaker must be working. First thing we notice, we have this so. That's a conclusion indicator. So we know what the conclusion is. So I would just draw a line, put my conclusion down here. The circuit breaker is working. Why am I supposed to believe this? Well, what comes before the conclusion indicator? The premises, the electricity is on. Electricity is on. Now, here we have a challenge because ordinarily arguments have two premises and the conclusion, but we were only given two pieces of information here. This means we are dealing with an enthymeme, right? Going back to early basic argument analysis, very often people will not give you all of the necessary information. They will expect you to be able to fill in obvious things. So now we have to ask ourselves, even though we're not necessarily professional electricians, what are we supposed to know about the relationship between circuit breakers and electricity? What's the information that we would add that's supposed to be true and obvious to make this argument work? And one thing that we do know is that, well, if the circuit breaker gets flipped for whatever reason, there's a power surge or whatever, the electricity goes out. So how can we formulate that in a true statement that would work with this argument? Then we would say something like this: if the electricity is not the case, say that the electricity is on, then it might be the case that we do not have a working circuit breaker. What if we tried that? If the electricity is not on, then it might be that the circuit breaker is not doing what it's supposed to do. How does that sound? What if we tried something else? What if we said, if the electricity is on, then we must have a circuit breaker that's working. I like that better because it's cleaner. It doesn't have all those negations in there. We've taken all of those out. Is it true? We're not, I should put this in brackets since we're adding our own words to the argument to indicate that. If the electricity is on, then the circuit breaker must be working. Is that true? Well, that's normal electricity knowledge. So then we can step back and say, well, now we've got a full argument. What's going on in this argument? The second premise is affirming the antecedent. So we say this argument is affirming the antecedent. And checking our memory, hoping that it's working in confluence with our internal logical sense. Affirming the antecedent is one of the legitimate forms, so this too is a valid argument. Good job. And now one more for the challenge. Poetic language. Going back to the ancient Greek poet Sappho. We'll read it first. Death is an evil. We have the God's word for it. they too would die if death were a good thing. I'm sure she read it better. Now we go to work on this. Any premise indicators? Because, since, as, for the reason, no. Any conclusion indicators? Thus, therefore, ergo, it follows that no. So one challenge that we have here is trying to figure out what is the conclusion. Now, there is an argument in here, so sometimes, of course, there isn't an argument, and that's why there are no indicator concepts. In this case, the poet decided not to use them explicitly. We do have one thing here. We have an if. So that indicates to us that we have an if-then, we have a hypothetical statement at work. So when we reconstruct this, it's likely not to be a disjunctive or a categorical syllogism. It's going to be a hypothetical. So what if we took that and worked on that, supposing that this is a part of the argument? Now, again, we have the antecedent, right, the part that comes after the if, right at the end. Is this our consequent? So if we tried that again, if death were a good thing, then the gods would die. Some sort of reasoning like the gods want all of the good things for themselves, so if death were a good thing, they would want that too. So if death were good, then the gods would die. Taking this, put that there. Then we have two things left over. Death is an evil, and we have the God's word for it. What do we do with those? Well, put it forth as a hypothesis that we have our conclusion at the beginning, which he's trying to prove to us poetically is that death is a bad thing. Death is an evil. Or, since we already started with this good thing, death is not good. So could we take this and say, we're reading contextually here, we're making an interpretive move. What she's trying to do is to say that death is not good. It's not the case that death is good. Death is an evil. Same translation. So if we were going to have a logical argument, well, so far we only have one premise, we need another premise. And I could start looking at this one here and say, well, what would I need to make this argument work? What could I put in there? And it has to be something that connects to death being good or the gods dying. And I don't seem to have anything in the poem. Right? Instead, what we have is this phrase here. I'll put it in question. We have the God's word for it. So we're appealing to the testimony of the gods, right? Or look at what the gods do, or look at what the gods don't do. And I think what we're supposed to do then is fill in the blank there. What do we know about the gods? The gods are immortal. They are immortal beings. Now, she doesn't say that in the poem because that's obvious. Right? The gods are immortal, but we are expected to infer that from here. That's partly what makes the poem fun. She isn't just laying everything out for us. So we have the God's word for it. Look at what the gods, in fact, say and do. And we can then say, well, what she means is the gods don't die. Right? The gods are immortal. So that would have been, in the language of this reconstruction, it's not the case that the gods die. Now that's a rough draft, but it looks pretty good. So we might then try, let's go to the evaluative mode. What do we think about this argument? Well, it's an if-then. That means it's a hypothetical argument. Then we notice what it is that the second premise is doing. It's saying the gods don't die, or it's not the case that the gods die. That is our consequent of the first proposition, but it's the opposite of that consequence. So this is denying the consequent. And it's the same as that form over there. We can double check that is a valid argument. So who says poets can't do logic, right? Obviously, the best poets actually are very good with it. With that, exercises and a recommendation: do as many as you can until these things start to come automatic. Another controversy about the nature of logic, now that we are getting into the intricacies of argumentation and all the stuff we are to memorize and practice and apply and make second nature. Is it really worth it? And is it keeping us on the right path? A point from Julian Huxley, one of the leading scientists of the 20th century, saying that yes, the answer to that set of questions that I put out, absolutely, is a fundamental virtue of being a scientist and being a reasonable person. Be very careful what you let into your mind. The language he uses is here. We should be agnostic about those things for which there is no evidence. We should not hold beliefs merely because they gratify our desires for afterlife, immortality, heaven, hell, etc. So at one level, toward the end, he's taking a standard set of beliefs that we all have emotional reactions to, desires for, are built into important belief systems, and making us reflect on making sure that we are believing in these things, not for subjectivist reasons, but because we have evidence for them. And we should believe in them as a matter of degree. We should be agnostic only to the extent that we have evidence. So we start off from a not believing. As evidence comes in, we consider it. And part of being logical is being careful to match your degree of belief in something to the degree of evidence, the mark of, in his judgment, an honest, tidy mind. I want to contrast to that with one of his contemporaries. This is someone who has, connecting to some of our earlier thinkers, read his Nietzsche, read some of the other critics of logic as well. This is a significant historian, Carl Becker, but a very philosophical historian, setting aside logic. From his perspective, the 18th century, which was the great era when science, logic, mathematics became explosive and institutionalized. From his philosophical perspective, that was all a big disaster. So he writes a history that's largely critical of the Enlightenment and the 18th century. And this is one of his lines. We now suspect that logic is something the mind has created to conceal its timidity and to keep up its courage, a hocus pocus designed to give formal validity to the conclusions we are willing to accept if everybody else in our set will too. So there's a kind of social conventionism at work here. My group of people, we just believe all sorts of things, and I want to fit in with my group, and if they commit to being logical, okay. If they don't, that's also perfectly fine. But logic, notice the language that we are using here, is just really about cowardice. It's just a bunch of hocus pocus and so forth, and we're more likely to admire or respect or like people who are not particularly committed to logic. So in this same generation, we have a very deep divide. Logic is to be dismissed, right, from the perspective of Becker, whereas for Huxley, it is a deep character virtue commitment to make a commitment to logic. This session, we're going to turn to modern symbolic logic. And it's called modern because while we've been doing logic for well over 2 millennia, developing very sophisticated methods for handling all kinds of logical arguments and circumstances, early modern logicians started to make connections between logic and mathematics in a more rigorous way. And some of the developments then over the course of the modern era, including a kind of a generalization on what had been accomplished in logic up to that time, and an extension, set the stage for, in the 20th century, programming languages, the development of computers, and all of those amazing technologies. So there was a continuity at the same time an extension. So to see that, let's start with some of the things that we know so far. So on the board here, I have some hypothetical arguments and a disjunctive arguments. And these are 4 patterns of reasoning, common, and they're all valid patterns of reasoning. So having checked that out for ourselves, practiced it and so forth, we're in a position to automate it. And anytime we want to combine information in any of these patterns, we are comfortable to go ahead and do so. So if we have P, then Q, it's a hypothetical statement, and we find out that we have P, then we can infer we must have Q. Now, traditionally, we would call that affirming the antecedent in English, what the second sentence or proposition here is doing. And then we draw the consequent as the conclusion. So we call that antecedent. Henceforth, though, I want to start calling this argument modus ponens, or just MP for short, modus ponens. The language then will be more uniform with some of the other developments in logical, modern symbolic logic, rather. So it's affirming the antecedent or modus ponens, abbreviated with MP. Perfectly good. This one, we know, we have our hypothetical statement here. The second sentence is denying or negating the consequent. So we call it denying the consequent, and that is a matter of the conclusion means we can logically deny the antecedent. So this one we call denying the consequent, but henceforth we are going to call it modus tollens, or abbreviating it rather, MT. This one is the pure hypothetical form. All of the proposition constituent elements are hypotheticals. Informally, it's the chain argument. P is linked to Q, Q is linked to R, so we can link P to R, which is what we do in the conclusion. And there can be as many links in the chain as long as the pattern is consistent. This one is a pure hypothetical argument or chain argument. We are going to call it the hypothetical syllogism henceforth, abbreviating just HS. Perfectly valid. And then the fourth form I have here is the disjunctive form, either P or Q. We have 2 alternatives or 2 disjuncts. Second proposition denies or negates one of the disjuncts. It can be either one, and that means we can affirm that the other disjunct must be the true one. So if it's either P or Q and we know it's not P, then it must be Q. And that's a legitimate pattern as well. So this is called the disjunctive syllogism, and we will just abbreviate it, shockingly, DS. Now, much of the reasoning that we do is isolated arguments, where we do a modus ponens, or we do a disjunctive syllogism. But as sophisticated thinkers, we often will engage in extended arguments, and we will typically mix and match the kinds of arguments that we are putting in the extended arguments that we are doing so. So I have a couple of introductory examples here. Moderately complicated, but the kinds of things that we do routinely on a regular basis, and we want to be able to capture that in the logic. We also want to see if we can start to axiomatize, symbolize, make everything ruthlessly simple and clear, with an idea perhaps to programming machines, computers, and making logic and mathematics more tightly integrated set of disciplines. So here's a family vacation planning example of reasoning. We should visit either Toronto or Rochester this trip. If we go to Toronto, then we won't see Sylvia, but we have to see either Sylvia or Quincy this trip. But I just found out that Quincy isn't available, so Rochester it is. Now, in one sense, that makes perfectly good sense. We would do this in our heads, we would do it in conversation, and we would then, okay, I guess we're off to Rochester for our family vacation, all of these factors taken into account. If we start to do the logical techniques that we have developed so far, we don't see any real premise indicators, but we do see one conclusion indicator. So all of this information must be the premises that support this conclusion, the decision that we are going to go to Rochester on this family trip. When we start to look at the premises, we see this one is an either or. So at some point we then know we've done a disjunctive syllogism or disjunctive argument, or we're doing that. We have here an if-then, which indicates that we are using hypothetical reasoning at some point. It might be pure, it might be mixed with a straightforward declaration sentence and all. We have some negations, not, right, and so on. So we have a combination of either ors, this and that, not this, and if this, then that. And we put it all together, more or less naturally in our reasoning, then to support this final declarative sentence. And it makes sense, right, if you think about it. And if you're in the zone, you do all of this sort of thing regularly on the basis. But how do we show that this is good reasoning, or if there's a mistake in the reasoning somewhere, that there is in fact a mistake in the reasoning? Now, suppose we say, look, let's look at these, and this is what, 5 sentences altogether? Suppose we just look at the last 2 before the conclusion. I just found out that Quincy isn't available. So that then is to say, not Quincy. This third sentence, though, said it's either Sylvia or Quincy. So if we just extract that, then what we have is either Sylvia or Quincy and not Quincy. What we can then infer is that it must be Sylvia. And that's to do a disjunctive syllogism on the fly. So now we know Sylvia. We've got to see Sylvia this trip. Then, suppose we look at this sentence here, the second sentence. If we go to Toronto, then we won't see Sylvia. That's a hypothetical statement. But if we combine that with this new thing we know, we have to see Sylvia. If we go to Toronto, we won't see Sylvia, but we are going to see Sylvia. So therefore, it makes sense to say we can't go to Toronto. And that is this pattern of reasoning here. We've just done modus tollens. So now we know we're not going to Toronto. Right? Now, if we then look at the very first sentence, said, well, it's either Toronto or Rochester. And now after a couple of steps of reasoning, we have eliminated Toronto as an option. So if it's either Toronto or Rochester, and we know not Toronto, then it must be Rochester. And that then is to use this pattern of reasoning, the disjunctive syllogism again, and then we are in a position to draw our conclusion. Now, the point of that then is to say, we have initially 5 sentences, but more or less on the fly, or if we slow down and notice what we are doing, we are adding 3 more steps of the inference. So we end up with 8 propositions altogether, and we're pretty confident that this conclusion follows. But can we show that systematically that in fact that follows? We can't, and that's what we want to work toward. Here's another example, artificial party planning example. Just A, B, C, D, right, and then F. So just the first letter, so this is not a real example, but if Alice comes to the party, then Bob will. And if Carl comes, then Darlene will. If either Bob or Darlene comes, then Fred won't. Some sort of social issues, conflicts there. Either Alice or Carl is coming, therefore Fred is definitely not coming to the party. And that might seem a bit fast, but this person is putting a definitely in there. We now definitely know, given this information, Fred is not coming. This is our conclusion indicator. This is what all of this reasoning is supporting. And again, if we then notice what we have in terms of the logical techniques we've developed so far, we have an if-then, so there's a hypothetical statement. Then we have another if-then statement here. This one's a little different because we've got a semicolon, and often when we use semicolons in our grammar, we're indicating a somewhat tight connection between 2 things, right, rather than having them as standalone sentences. And we have this other and, this other connection. So the idea is if this, then that, and Keep this in mind very tightly, closely, if this, then that. We have an either or, so the disjunctive sentence in there. But immediately before this either, we have an if. So it's like a combined hypothetical disjunctive statement. And that's a more sophisticated mental construction. If either of these things happens, then something else is going to happen. And we have a negation built in here and another negation down there. So we're looking at some of the logical operator concepts. And again, we've got a combination of if-thens and either-ors, and this one seems a little bit more sophisticated. But if we pause again, we try to work it through in our heads, we can say, we're either getting Alice or Carl. Suppose we focus our attention on this one. We don't know which one, say, but we're going to get at least one of them, either Alice or Carl. Now, suppose we then say, well, if it's that one, that's the Alice part, then we're going to get Bob. And if it's the other one that turns out to be the case, if it's Carl, then we're going to get Darlene. So doesn't it make sense then to say, if we're either going to get Alice or Carl, we know that, then we're also either going to get Bob or Darlene, even though we don't know which one yet. So we know something definite, but we're still in hypothetical mode with some options, right? And that's a little bit harder to hold in your head. Now, if we know that we're either going to get Bob or Darlene, but we're not sure which one, maybe both, then if we get either of those ones, Fred's not coming. And so the person then says, at this point then, I say, well, even though we don't know if it's which one, Alice or Bob, Carl or Darlene, right, we're still in that uncertainty with respect to all of that. Nonetheless, we definitely know Fred's is not coming. And it could or should make sense, but can we show that clearly so that we could say, explain it to a computer that this is a valid piece of reasoning, however much the complexity is there? And the answer is yes. So that's what we want to work up to in this session. Now, some housekeeping, notation matters. We want to, in symbolic logic, start to more systematically and ruthlessly symbolize things. So what we want to do is say we have this argument pattern, and we're going to just abbreviate that and assign names: modus ponens, modus tollens, hypothetical syllogism, disjunctive syllogism. There are other good patterns that we can learn as well, and we're going to work our way up to that as well. But we also have some language in here, the if-then and the either-or and the word not. So one of the first things we want to do is partly just for saving ink and saving time is to symbolize those as well. So our conventions are going to be the following. We'll say any if-then statement. We are going to replace that with a horseshoe. Okay. So I would take this argument and just say this proposition, P horseshoe Q. So anytime you see the horseshoe, it's just that. The not, the negation, we will use the tilde sign. Very close to the mathematical negation, negative sign, but in logic, the convention is mostly that we use the tilde. So in this one, we would say P horseshoe Q, and then tilde Q, not Q. This one, we have no more operators, so we'll just leave it. So the final symbolized form of that argument would look like that. In this argument here, the modus tollens, the inference that's drawn is therefore not P, so we abbreviate that argument that way. The either or we'll use a hard V symbol. And that one has the niceness like pointing forks in the road. So what we would do with this one is say P or Q is the symbolization. We know this not is symbolizes with the tilde. It's not P. And then we bring down the conclusion, Q. This one would just be P horseshoe Q, Q horseshoe R. So P horseshoe R. And we're still using the line as a convention to indicate the divide between the premises and the conclusions. I want to add one more connective, as they're calling it. We call these connectives because they take constituent elements and connect them in various ways. And that one is the word and. But is another kind of conjunction as well. But we use the word and a lot to take elements and combine them. Right? So sometimes we will say, if you have fire, then you must have oxygen. Right? Or we might say, if you have oxygen and a combustible, then you can get fire. So that is an if-then statement, but the antecedent has a conjunction in it. You have to have oxygen and something to burn, then you can get the fire. And we will just use a dot, usually not like a period dot, not like the upper colon, part of the colon dot, just kind of in the middle. So the idea then is going to be we can take all of the propositions that we use, and we combine propositions in various ways to draw various sorts of conclusions. We'll take the propositions and symbolize them. And when we're thinking through all of these things abstractly, we'll use letters P, Q, R, just to symbolize all of the propositions. But then the initial claim is that there are only 4 basic ways to combine propositions. You can speak hypothetically. If you have this one, then you get that. You can speak disjunctively. It's either this or that, or this and that, or we can negate things. Now that is a claim, a thing for further research and thinking. We do have lots of other words that we use, but most of those end up being one of the 4 basic combinations in various ways. So, and, for example, is a connection, but we also have the word but. But is a kind of conjunction, but it usually indicates also a negation is coming. Right? So it's really conjunction with some warning of negation at work there. Either or, well, we have neither nor, but that is either or, and you are adding negations to both of them. I might say if and only if, and there's that word only in there, and that's making some really strong claims. If and only if. It's more than if this happens, then that happens. If and only if. When we worked that one out, it turns out you're saying is if P, if and only if Q, then what you're saying is if you have P, then you get Q, and if you have Q, then you get P. So it's a combination of a couple of hypotheticals with a connective, and we can work all of that. The idea, though, is spend some time with the English or whatever your language is and see if the constituent propositions have any other ways of being put together logically other than these 4. If you discover a new one, that's great, right? We'll find a way to work that into the logic, but we're going to work with this assumption here. So we have 5 things: a basic proposition, P, and we might connect the P with a Q. We might do a disjunct P or Q. We might say the P is not true, the P is negated. And we might speak hypothetically, if we have P, then Q. Now, as ordinary language speakers, we know what all of these things mean and we use them fluidly. But what we want to try to do is axiomatize. And if we're going to axiomatize, take things very basic, strip them down as far as we possibly can, then what we need to do is define them in an axiomatic way. So all of those issues about concept formation, here we're doing concept formation about logical connectives, how we're going to connect things in various ways. Can we define the connectives rigorously and ruthlessly? So this is what we devise what we call truth tables for. Truth tables for the connective. What do we mean when we are using this connective? Under what circumstances will we say that using that connective is being done truly or falsely? Now, one way in which this is axiomatizing is that we start with the claim that for any given proposition that we are talking about, it is either true or it is false. So we go all the way back to Aristotle and what was called the law of excluded middle. Every proposition, we might not know if it is true or false, but ultimately it either is true or it is false. So we're going to use the words, the symbol T for truth and the symbol F for false. Defining those terms, we've got our propositional variables and all of the connectives indicated there. Now, in that case, if we know that a proposition is true or false, then I can say P. Well, we don't know what P is, but we do know that P is either true or false, whatever P turns out to be. When I say P and Q, I don't know what Q is, I don't know what P is, but if I make the assertion P and Q, under what circumstances would that sentence be true or false? And we know there's how many possibilities? Well, it could be that P is true and Q is also true. It could be, though, that P is true and Q is false. It could be that P is false and Q is true. Or it could be that they're both false. So we have two propositional variables, and each of them has two possible states, true or false. So there's four possibilities. So the idea of a table then is to say, let's diagram that in a table. So what we will then first do is, I'll start over here, I think, to say, well, let's take P and let's take Q and make a table. What do we know about P or Q? Well, it could be that this one is true and this one is true. It could be that this one is true, but this one is false. It could be this one is false and this one is true, or it could be that both of them are false. But since we are speaking abstractly, we've just symbolized and abstracted everything, we don't actually know what the P is and its connection to reality or not. So what we mean, though, and here we are defining carefully P and Q. So now we're defining that connective, and. If I say P and Q, I'm making a kind of commitment. Under what circumstances am I speaking truly with that compound proposition? And under what circumstances would I be speaking falsely? Well, if it turns out, right, that P is true and Q is true, then saying P and Q is true. So we will put the true here. Suppose I'd said, Peter and Quincy are coming to the party. And Peter comes to the party, and Quincy comes to the party. Then what I said was true. Now suppose, though, I say, Peter is coming to the party, and Quincy is coming to the party, but Peter comes and Quincy does not come. Then what I said was false. I said both of them are coming, but only one came. So in that circumstance, the and statement is false. Both of the conjuncts have to be true for the whole thing to be true. And the same thing is going to hold here. If I said Peter and Quincy are coming to the party, right? Quincy shows up, but Peter doesn't, then what I said was false. So that is false. If I said Peter and Quincy are coming to the party, but neither one of them shows up, then my statement was false. So what we are doing, working from basics all the way up, is now we have a definition, a truth table definition of exactly what we mean when we use the and statement and the circumstances under which it is true. Now let's do the same thing for the disjunctive proposition. So as I say, well, I've got P, I've got Q. Those are my propositional variables. What I do know is that they could both be true. It could be true here, false here, true here, or both of them false. And the compound that we are interested in is P or Q. So to say P or Q is different from saying P and Q, what's the difference graphically? Well, under what circumstances is this compound statement true? We can stick with the party example. If I say, well, either Peter or Quincy is coming to the party and they both show up, right? This first situation here. Well, what I said was true. Peter shows up at the party, but Quincy doesn't. What I said was still true. I said either or. I got at least one, so that's still true. Same thing here. Quincy shows up, Peter doesn't. It was true. But suppose I said either Peter or Quincy is going to show up at the party and neither of them shows, then in that case, what I said was false. And this comparison now will indicate what makes sense to us in common speaking, that it's a lot harder for an and statement to be true than for an either or statement to be true. You have more wiggle room, so to speak, with the either or statement, but you're making a stronger claim with an and statement. And there are fewer circumstances under which it is true. Okay, let's do the same thing for the negation. This one, in a way, is simpler. So we have P, make our truth table. What do we know about P? Not much. We only know that it's either true or it's false. So how do we define negation, not P? Well, just the opposite. If P is true, then not P is false. And if P is false, then not P is true. Okay. What about the fourth one? Now we have P and Q. And we are interested in, let me put one more line in here for consistency, the hypothetical statement, P horseshoe Q. Same for possibilities. If P, then Q. Help with our English, I suppose we say, if Peter comes to the party, then Quincy will come to the party. So I make that kind of statement. And what happens is Peter comes to the party and Quincy comes to the party. I said, well, if Peter comes, Quincy will come. They both came. So that is true. So as I say, if Peter comes to the party, then Quincy will come to the party. Peter comes to the party, but Quincy doesn't show up. Then my hypothetical claim was false. Now, in the assignment of these next two, it's a little bit more complicated and sometimes it's a little counterintuitive. So I'm just going to say that what we have shown we being logicians collectively, is that the right answer here is to put a T and an F, or a T and a T there. So as long as in either circumstance, no matter what, if the antecedent is true, false, the corresponding consequent is true. So we might then say, well, if I said, if Peter comes to the party, then Quincy is going to come to the party, and Peter doesn't show up, but Quincy does. What does that say about my initial statement? The controversy is, you might say, well, that should leave that undefined or unknown, right? I understand that, think about that. Or suppose neither Peter nor Quincy show up at the party, this should be undefined. Now, this will require one more lecture than we are going to get into today, but what you can show is there are various equivalences. You can show that P horseshoe Q is equivalent to other formulations. And when you take those other equivalent formulations and you do the truth table for those ones, this is the array that you get. Right now, take that as a promissory note. You can work on that on your own time or check in your logic textbooks. But this is what we are going to go with. So now what we have done is we have symbolized and essentialized the propositions, P's and Q's. Maybe there will be R's. And we've taken all of the ways that we can connect pieces of language together, if, then, either, or, and so forth. We've defined exactly what they mean. What can we do next with these things? And that's where we want to say what we did in discussing hypothetical syllogisms and disjunctive syllogisms before, where we went in a somewhat intuitive sense. This makes sense, this doesn't make sense, this seems valid, this seems not valid. Lots of examples, and they all work to illustrate the point. Now we can axiomatically, from these axioms, prove that the valid forms are in fact valid and that the invalid forms are in fact invalid. So I want to keep all of this in mind and now go and work on some examples. So let's start with, as our first example, the one of the forms, the modus tollens. We know what modus tollens is if P, then Q, we have P, therefore Q. What if we tried to make a really big truth table? So in this case, we have two propositions. Draw a line here. P, and we have Q. And again, we know there's four possibilities. And in this case, what we have is one proposition, P horseshoe Q. We're going to diagram the circumstances under which that would be true. We have another proposition, which is P. And we'll diagram or fill in the table under what circumstances that will be true. And then we have our conclusion, Q. So we use the double line to indicate separation between premises and conclusion. So now we have our initial possibilities, and then we have here an array of the constituent elements of the argument that makes up modus ponens. All right, let's start to fill in. For this, I'll go back to some blue. Well, these ones are easiest. P is just the same as P. So I will just fill in there, P, T rather, T, F, F. Q is just the same as Q. What do we mean with P horseshoe Q? Well, we define that over here. The right array for P horseshoe Q is T, F, T, T. And then we're done filling in the table. Now for the analysis. What does this tell us? We're interested in showing rigorously that this is a valid argument. Modus ponens is a legitimate form of argument. They would say, what do we mean by saying that an argument is valid? And we said things like the following all through the previous sessions. Whenever the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. And if it's possible for the premises all to be true, but you end up with a false conclusion, then that's a bad method of argument. So we take that as our test, and we say, well, now we know there are cases here where all of the premises are true. Right, so we would look at this one, for example. In this case, we don't know that it's actually the correct circumstance, but both of the premises were true, and the conclusion was true. And there are no circumstances where both of the premises are true, but the conclusion is false. And if we have that result, that's the result we want to get. That shows that this is a valid argument. In this case, we might end up with a false conclusion in this circumstance here, but we would say the reason for that is that we had a false premise. So we blame it on the premise. Here, we also end up with a false conclusion, but in those circumstances, it's going to be because we have a false premise as well. Now, let me give you, by contrast, an example of the other type. Let me make a little space here. I'm going to leave those there. Suppose we take the argument where we say, if we have P, then you get Q. We have Q, therefore we must have P. I'm going to put a big red circle around this one, just because we know from previous investigations that that's one of the invalid forms of argument. So I'll say this is invalid. Can we show that this is invalid? So do the same thing. P, Q. I'll start to do this faster now because otherwise you will all get bored. Our four possibilities, we don't know which one obtains. P horseshoe Q filled in according to our previous specifications over here. Q just duplicates the Q over here, but I did not do that correctly, did I? So T. Sorry, I'm doing this. Yeah, I was thinking I was doing the P for some reason. TF. TF. And then the P is a duplication of P over here. Okay, good. So fill it in. This is the argument, two premises and a conclusion. If it is a valid argument, whenever the premises are both true, the conclusion will also be true. In this case, premises are both true and the conclusion is true. So we're okay. In this case, we don't pay attention because premises were false. But in this case, row 3, and I'll put a line around it, a box around it. Both of our premises are true, but we end up with a false conclusion. That shows the argument is invalid. For all invalid arguments, there will be at least one situation in the world where the premises have a combination of truths and falsehoods, and that's the one that will mess you up. What that tells you is that that way of combining propositions to draw a conclusion is not reliable. You can't depend upon it. And in logic, we are looking for the reliability. Now let's do the same thing for a different argument. I'm going to save myself some writing here. Let me add a tilde here. And put the V there. So let's try it with the disjunctive syllogism. It's either P or Q, first premise, second premise, not Q. Conclusion, therefore P. Well, P or Q, under what circumstances is that one true? Well, that's our earlier specification over here. So we would just fill in this array as well. As long as one of the disjuncts is true, the whole thing is true. So true, 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 and false. Not Q, the other premise, diagram that. That's the opposite of Q. So it's going to be false, true, false, true. P is the same as our P over here. True, true, false, false. We filled in the truth table. All of the possibilities have been articulated. And if the argument is valid, whenever the premises are all true, the conclusion will be true also. If we can find a case where the premises are all true, but the conclusion is false, then that tells us this pattern doesn't work. So in this case, we have only one circumstance when both premises are true. It's this second row of the truth table. Both premises are true and the conclusion is true. In other cases, here we might accidentally come up with the truth, even though we've got one false premise. In these cases, we have a false conclusion, but we can blame that on the premises in those cases, or at least suspect the premises in that case. So disjunctive syllogism, we've now axiomatically proven that it is a valid form of inference. We're free to use it anytime that we want. Let's do it for the hypothetical syllogism. This is good for practice, and I recommend that you do it as often as possible. And for this, we're going to need to make space. Let me go with the blue. What if we now then take the hypothetical syllogism argument, which looks like this: P horseshoe Q, Q horseshoe R, therefore P horseshoe R. Now, our logical sense tells us that's a valid argument, but we want to make that rigorous. Immediately, something is different now because we don't just have P and Q, we also have R. So we know the R could also be either true or false. And we know that those truths and false can work with all of the truth and false combinations of the P's and Q's. So if they're just P and Q alone, there's 4 possibilities, but adding another sentence variable doubles the possibilities. It tells us we're going to need 8 rows in the truth table, and our work is more complicated now. So what we will do is we'll say, all right, let's take P and Q and R. Well, what are the possibilities? Well, it could be that all 3 of them are true. It could be that the P and Q are true, but the R is false. Could be that the P is true, the Q is false, and the R is true. Could be that this one is true and both of those two are false. So if we hold the P constant and assume that it's true, then we have the other combinations there. Of course, it might be that the P is false and the others are true. The P is false, the Q is false, but the R is true. What's my next one going to be? This one is false. This one is true, and this one is false. And then finally, it could be that all of them are false. All right, that's a lot. You can already start to see how this starts to become tedious, and we start to want to think, let's invent computers so that they can do a lot of this boring work. But we need to do what we did before. Let me draw a little separation line here. Now we're interested in this argument, the hypothetical syllogism. So we put the first premise here, P horseshoe Q. Q horseshoe R, the second premise. And our conclusion is going to be P horseshoe R. And what we will want to know is whenever both premises are true, is the conclusion also true? Well, we have to fill in now 8 rows of the truth table. So we go back, well, this is how we define the horseshoe, the conditional proposition. What it tells us is that basically it's true in all circumstances except when the antecedent is true and the consequent is false. So let's look at P horseshoe Q and do that one first. And that means we're looking at these 2 columns in the truth table. Well, in the first one, P is true and Q is true, so that is true. Is this the same? In this situation, the antecedent is true, but the consequent is false. And that is this circumstance here on our initial definition. So that means we would put an F here. That would be false. This one is the same. That also is an F. The next 4, the antecedent is false. In these cases, when the antecedent is false, both times it was true. So that's easy. Thank you for the easiness. T, 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 T. Now let's do the second premise. Q horseshoe R. Well, T horseshoe T, T. True horseshoe false. That's the false one. False. False, false, false horseshoe true, false horseshoe false. Both of those are true. True horseshoe true is true. False horseshoe true is true. Make sure I'm keeping things in line here. True horseshoe false, that's the other bad one. False, and false horseshoe false is true. Okay. Now, P horseshoe R, what we're interested in is this first column and the third column. So true horseshoe true takes true. True horseshoe false takes false. True horseshoe true, true. True horseshoe false, false. And then again, all of the false antecedents take true, 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 true. Okay, that's boring, that's tedious, but we're doing good work because we want to be able to scale this up. And the only way to scale it up is making sure at the tedious level, everything is correct. Now, we have truth table defined this argument and all of the possibilities. There's 8 circumstances. And why there are 8 circumstances is because we're just dealing with these things abstractly. We don't know what the P's, the Q's, and the R's are. So we have to work through all of the possible combinations of each of them being true or false. And that gives us this result. If this is a valid form, the hypothetical syllogism, anytime the premises are true, the conclusion will also be true. If there are any circumstances where the premises are all true and we end up with a false conclusion, that's not a reliable pattern. So true, true, and the conclusion is true. Right? True, false, we end up with a false here. False, false here, false, false here. Here's another both true. This is true here, this is true, and we have a true conclusion. True here, we still got truth. True, false, still got truth, probably accidentally, and truth, truth, and we still have truth. So there are 4 especially relevant circumstances here. This one, and this one. Nope, and there's my 4th one. I didn't miscount. Okay, good. So when we are in the real world, right, dealing with real P's, Q's, and R's, there will be 4 times when the P's, Q's, and R's all end up in this array, and in every case, we'll end up with a true conclusion. That's a perfectly reliable pattern of reasoning. Go ahead and do hypothetical syllogism as much as you want. Now, where we want to start economizing and developing more sophisticated methods for ourselves, but also, of course, mechanical devices that can do all of these things for us is, I don't know about you, but my limit personally is with about 4 rows on the truth table. This becomes boring. But what if we had a longer chain argument? If P then Q, if Q then R, if R then S, now we've got 4 sentence variables. We would need 16 rows on our truth table. If we had a longer chain of reasoning, 32, 64, and pretty soon we're getting into extraordinarily tedious proofs of longer forms of argument. It's also going to be, as we saw earlier in this lecture here, sometimes in the case of party planning, if Alice comes to the party, then Bob will come, and if Carl comes to the party, then Darlene will come, and then we have Fred in there as well. So we've got 5 people that we are talking about and their relationship between coming to the party or not. And 5 people, if we were to do a whole truth table for that method, or for that particular combination of argument or whatever it is going to be 32 rows on the truth table. And I don't want to do that. What I do want to be able to do, though, is to say, if I can show that that argument is a combination of hypothetical syllogisms and disjunctive syllogisms and certain negations, and I know under what circumstances those individually are valid, then I can go ahead and prove that 5 combination or 5 proposition, 5 people sentence without having to do the mechanical rows on the truth table. But we do, and I'll just telegraph something I want to end with a little more strongly, start thinking about this is becoming very mechanical. And the more you start to do this, it starts to feel mechanical, same thing over and over, repetition over and over. And we know as human beings that we can devise machines that can do simple mechanical things over and over again. So can we start to figure out a machine that would do trues and falses over and over in various combinations if we set the machine up the way it works, it either flips to true or flips to false, depending on a certain rule that we set up and embed in the machine. And here we're starting to think about machine intelligence or machine application or machine working out of what we intelligently have already figured out that it wants to do. And that takes us into the earliest of the calculating machines. And then as science develops, more sophisticated calculating machines of different types. So they become intellectual labor-saving devices. All right, so let me give you a little argument. Are horseshoe not B? D or R? All right, suppose I give you an abstract argument, and that is what this is. And I tell you these are three premises, but it's completely independent of knowing what we are talking about with respect to R, B, and what's the other one? D. So I've got three things that we're talking about, and I'm connecting them in various ways. Suppose I know, or I tell you, if you know this, if R, then not B. And it's either D or R. And we know B. So those are the three things we have, the three pieces of information at our disposal. And I want to then say that it is definitely the case that D follows. So I have listed my three pieces of information. And this is a way of saying, I'm putting the conclusion off to the side. This is what we think follows, or I think follows, or that we should be able to prove. Now let's number our pieces of information. So we know that one thing, we know this one thing, and we know that one thing. Now we could do a big truth table. Take R, B, D, 8 rows on the truth table. We'll write out all of the premises, right, followed by the conclusion, fill in all of the truth tables, look for cases where the premises are all true and the conclusion is false, and see if the D situation takes us where we want to be. But there's a shorter way, because we've done all of that work and we know that certain patterns of reasoning are legitimate. We know, for example, that modus tollens is a legitimate form of argument. What is modus tollens? It says, well, if you have P, then you get Q. If you don't have Q, then you know you don't have R. That's modus tollens, or denying the consequent. Is there a modus tollens that we can do with the information available here? Well, what if we looked at the first premise and the third premise? They didn't come together in this case. They were separated by other information, but we notice a connection there. They're both talking about B. This one says, if we have R, then we won't get B. But this tells us that we did get B. So what can we infer? Not B. So I'm making, in addition to this, I'm starting the argument. I now know that it is, not R. That's the exact same pattern applied to this case here. If R were true, we would not have B, but we got B, so it must be that R is not true. So now we know it's not R. We're making progress. Now for notation, we want to show our work. How did we do that? So what we do is just off to the side, I took premise 1, and I took premise 3, and I did what we know to be a legitimate operation. We did modus tollens. Now we know not R, so we can go say, what can we use not R for? I say, well, R pops up in premise number 2. Premise 2 tells us it's either D or it's R. But we now know that it's not R. So that means it must be D. How do we know that? I took premise 2, I took premise 4. Actually, premise 4 is an inference. It's a conclusion of this earlier argument, but we're now using it as a premise for the next argument. And in that case, I did disjunctive syllogism. All right, a two-step argument, but from that information we said this does follow, and it does follow, and we can prove it in 2 steps. And that's enormously powerful. We did this at a comfortable pace, and it took us 2 or 3 minutes, say. It would take us a lot longer to do the truth table. So the idea is now we know certain patterns of argument are legitimate. We can start to be creative in looking for opportunities to do so. And in many cases, we'll have huge amounts of information that comes at us in straight declarative form. These things are true, this is true, this is true, this is true. Sometimes it comes in hypothetical form, sometimes we're facing alternatives, but we can start combining those to extract further information that we know must be true, given that we are using legitimate methods at our disposal. Now, so far, we are looking at just a handful of legitimate argumentation methods: hypothetical syllogism, disjunctive syllogism, modus tollens, modus ponens, and so forth. We can do truth tables to demonstrate more and build up our arsenal of legitimate argumentative techniques. Let me show you one right now that will do it just semi-intuitively here. This is a fun one that is fairly useful as well. Suppose I say something like, we have P, then we get Q, and if we have R, then we get S. So this is a compound statement, taking two hypothetical statements and putting them together with a conjunction. So the reading of this would be, if you have P, then you get Q, and if you have R, then you get S. More sophisticated form. Now, sometimes this is a hypothetical mode. We have partial information. All we know, say, is that we either have P or we have R, but we don't know which one. Doesn't it make sense, trying to hold all of this in mind, to say, well, if I get the P, that tells us I'm going to get the Q. This one tells me if it turns out to be the R, then I'm going to get the S. So I don't know yet whether I'm going to do P or R, but I do know that I'm either going to get Q or S. So can I conclude, therefore, Q or S? And this is, I'll put the label to it, what we call the constructive dilemma. And often this dilemma form is, it's either this or that, and then you do a hypothetical for each of those. If you do this, then you get that, and if you do this, you get that. So you make that following conclusion. Now what this is just doing two modus ponenses together, or two affirming the antecedents together. So if you were to ignore this part of the board, P horseshoe Q, P, therefore Q. And if you ignore the left half, it's R horseshoe S, but R, therefore S. But we carry down this either or to there. There's a destructive form of the dilemma. We've all heard the expression, you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. And the conclusion of that is, the situation is hopeless, right? Either way. But let's have a look at that one. Okay. That then is to say, if you do, then you are dio, then you are damned. Damned if you do. And damned if you don't. So, as in not do, then you are damned. All right. So yes, you're damned if you do, and you are damned if you don't do. Now we add to that, this is the enthymeme part of it, well, you're either going to do it or not do it. That's the standing condition. So either do or not do. And then we take the constructive dilemma form. Well, if I do it, then I'm damned. If I don't do it, I'm damned. And so I'm either damned or I'm damned. So simplification, I'm damned. So it's a legitimate form, right, of argumentation. There are other fun uses of these more complicated structures in humor. You might have heard the one that goes something like, for everything in life, all you really need is to fix things is either duct tape or WD-40. So we use WD-40 as a lubricant for loosening things, duct tape to stick things together, and it's an amazingly versatile. But the argument then will be, this is hopefully the joke, right? All you need is those two. If it moves, but it's not supposed to, then you use duct tape. If it doesn't move, but it's supposed to, then you use WD-40. Right? And so I'm exaggerating the if, and the nots. So we could write that all out. And then you would just add, well, either it moves or it doesn't move. Those are the two possibilities. So in one case, WD-40, in the other case, duct tape, you're done. But the argument is pithy because it is using this constructive dilemma form along with some negations. Now, with that in mind, we can then add constructive dilemma to our toolkit, so to speak. We could do the truth table for this. This would be 16 rows. I don't want to do it. You can do that on your own time. But we know now constructive dilemma is right up there with disjunctive syllogism, hypothetical syllogism, modus ponens, and so forth. And there are lots of other ones that we can build up and practice. Now, with that said, let me turn back to these two that we started with at the beginning. So let's take this one about family planning trip and start to do the work a little more economically. So we look at the first premise, and what does it tell us? 1, Toronto or Rochester. Sentence 2, if we go to Toronto, then we won't see Sylvia. If Toronto, then not Sylvia. Sentence 3, we have to see either Sylvia or Quincy this trip. Sentence 4, I just found out that Quincy isn't available. New information. Conclusion, Rochester. The assertion then is that that follows as a conclusion. Okay, can we validate this reasoning, that it's valid reasoning? Well, let's now be more creative rather than just mechanical. Look at this not Q. Well, that's nice because then you can rule something out. Well, if it's either S or Q, but we have eliminated Q, it must be S. How do we know that? I take my third line and my fourth line, and I'm doing disjunctive syllogism. Beautiful. Now I know S. Well, S pops up over here as well. This says if T, then not S. But S is definite. So it must be, step 6, not T. How do we know that? Take premise 2, take premise 5, and do modus tollens, or denying the consequent. If it's not T, well, T also pops up in the very first premise. It's either T or it's R, but now we have eliminated T, so therefore, step 7, it must be R. What we have then is premise number 1 and premise number 6, and that is another disjunctive syllogism. All right, so we have 5 sentences here, but we have now shown in a 3-step proof that given those 5 sentences, right, they are logically integrated. The first 4 provide valid support for the 5th. Let's try one more. This is the party planning example. If Alice comes to the party, then Bob will. If Alice comes to the party, then we get Bob. Now we have this semicolon and the and thing. So this is meant from the person making this argument for this to be a whole sentence unto itself. You might find at various points that it's useful to break up parts of the sentences and use them as separate information. But if it comes to you initially as a package, honor the argument's intentions. So, and if Carl comes, then Darlene will. So put those in parentheses. And if Carl comes, then Darlene will. If either Bob or Darlene comes, then Fred won't. Okay. So we have either Bob or Darlene, or then we're told that if either of those, then we don't get Fred, not Fred. And we are told next, either Alice or Carl is coming. Then the person concludes, therefore, we're not going to get Fred. Okay. A lot of symbols. Can we work on that given what we know and prove, right? Or actually fail to prove, in which case we might be dealing with an invalid argument. Let me throw a constructive dilemma out there since we just encountered that one. If we have A, then B, and if we have C, then we get D, but we know we're either going to have that A or we're going to have that C. So can we then say, by constructive dilemma, it must be that we're going to get either B or we're going to get D. And that, showing my work, is to take the first premise, that big monster, and combine it with number 3, and I'm using the constructive dilemma pattern of reasoning. Now this B or D, it shows up here, but it shows up packaged as the antecedent of a hypothetical statement. That's more complicated. But this is the antecedent, and we know if you have the antecedent affirmed, you can also affirm the consequent. So if it's the case we have either B or D, then we're going to not get F, and we do have either B or D. It must be the case that is not F. And in that case, we are taking number 2 premise and number 4 premise, and we are doing modus ponens. So yes, this colloquial English reasoning, we've now proved it, right, in 2 steps using these legitimate methodologies. Now the point then is, this is a remarkably powerful set of tools where we go all the way down to fundamentals. We have our categorical schemes in place, our concepts in position about propositions, all of the connectives. We define each of them rigorously. Then we start to play around with combinations of them, and we know with that set of tools, we can sort out the legitimate forms of reasoning from the illegitimate forms of reasoning. And we can learn to recognize both, particularly the commonly used ones that are in both categories, to do increasingly complicated and creative thinking. And so logic ends up being not a merely kind of abstract set of interesting tools that you may or may not be have a good time with, but actually practically enormously valuable. Now, one of the practically enormously valuable implications of this has, of course, been in the field of computers and more increasingly sophisticated language. And the basic insight is that what we can do is take what the logicians have developed, which is a binary between truth and falsity. And we can take everything that we do in language and everything that we do in our thinking and say all of the constituent propositions are either true or false, and the various ways of combining them, we can assign truth or false values. So it doesn't matter how complicated it gets, we now have the logic at our disposal to do so. But what we can also do is make very strong connections to mathematics. And one of the things that mathematicians do is they use, of course, numbers for much of what they do. And comfortably, most of us learn a base 10 number system. Maybe it's because we have 10 digits, and our first counting and keeping track of things was based on that. We get up to 10, we run out, so then we start over with a new device. But there are other number base systems, and the mathematical base system that seems closest to this is to say that we can map anything true or anything false onto binary, which is just a 1 or a 0. So whatever we're doing in all of the complicated logic, we'll just translate that into mathematical language. Anytime t is there, it'll be a 1. Anytime false is there, it'll be a 0. And that also makes conceptual sense as well. So what we can then do is say all of the logical work explains and is integrated with all of the mathematical work if we translate everything into binary. And then we're interested not only in mathematics abstractly and logic abstractly, we're interested in the real world. Then scientific and technological discoveries come along that enable us to utilize certain forces of nature that are themselves rather binary. For example, electricity and electrical switches. So we can take an electrical switch where there's a current running through, and we can either have that switch be in the on position or in the off position. And then various combinations of electrical lines running with various combinations of off and on switches will then be machine representing logical structures or mathematical structures. So that maps onto the 1, 0, which also maps onto on or off. And with that, we have opened the floodgates for further discoveries, further power at the hands of human beings. We know how sophisticated this can get, right? We can work out the logic for all of these things, and we can express that mathematically, and then we can start to design circuits, but have the layout of those circuits. Sometimes the circuit is on or off. Sometimes we can take an electrical wire and split it, so the current can either go in this direction or it can go in that direction. So that's represented by the logic of OR, and we know what to do with that. Or we can take a current that has electricity running through it, another current that has electricity running through it, and combine them. So it's this, and we put them together. And we have more sophisticated switches. If there is current here, then the switch turns on. And that's an if-then. Right? But if there is no current there, then the switch does not turn on. And then we can start saying, okay, those are all components, and now what if we take a dozen of those and arrange them in various ways? 100 of those, 1,000,000 of those, and at that point we are into the very sophisticated chips that we use in our computers, but we can rely on those computers because we know the logic has been worked out axiomatically, it's been mapped onto the math, and then physically instantiated in the chips. And that's a beautiful thing. One of the exciting things about the development of logic has been the increasing universalization of logic. So that we can take all of the kinds of reasoning that we engage, and all human beings having the same basic physical and mental makeup, all of them can learn logic. And the extent of the universalization extends beyond human beings to machines, computing devices, and so forth. Now, within, though, the philosophy of logic, that is a controversial claim, because there are many who want to argue that logic is not universal, that in fact there are multiple logics because human beings are not all the same, and the way they construct the reality within which they live is not all the same. So from various philosophical sectors and from various politicized philosophical sectors, you will see attacks on the universality of logic in favor of relativized, group subjectivized accounts of logic. So here are 3 examples from mid to late modern history. These are all names perhaps that you have heard of. George Hegel on the left, Karl Marx in the middle, Adolf Hitler on the right, and all 3 of them represent attacks on logic at the fundamental, logic as the other logicians, the universal logicians, wanted it to be. Hegel, in his philosophy, argued that the world is evolving through various stages, And the human beings that are born into those stages are shaped and molded and come to think according to the stage in historical development their world is in. But that the German nation and the French nation and all of the nations of the world are on different developmental paths. And so as a result of that, the humans in those develop different logics, different ways of thinking about their world, such that they can't really communicate with each other at a fundamental level, even to the point of contradiction, which is the deepest no-no in the universal systems of logic. Reality is not contradictory, so our thoughts can't be contradictory. Hegel argued that reality evolves through contradictory stages and cross nations, different contradictory situations as well. So his philosophy, for example, wants to say the law of non-contradiction is not a legitimate principle for some peoples at some points, which then of course means you don't have the capacity really to argue with them or expect them to come around to your side of the debate as appeal to facts using methods that are available to all of us in the same world. Karl Marx in The Next Generation, instead of emphasizing the nation or the ethnic group, emphasized economic classes, arguing that human beings are born into different economic circumstances, and those are also, of course, evolving across time. But if you're born into these economic circumstances, you come to think about the world a certain way, including your logic. And if you're born into this class, it's the same. You have a different understanding of the world and a different logic. Those two classes cannot really understand and or communicate with each other. Hence, things are going to be solved not through argumentation, diplomacy, but rather by means of violent method. Adolf Hitler and his theoreticians represent just another variation on this polylogist theme, which is to say that it's not your nationality, it's not your class membership economically, but rather your race. And different races construct their worlds differently, think, and have actually different logics as well. So for his preferred races, there's no point in trying to accommodate, understand, or work with members of other races. And so again, we're into a violence with respect to sociability. And the point then is this is a deep issue in the philosophy of logic. Hegel was a deep thinker, Marx was a deep thinker. Many of the theoreticians behind Adolf Hitler were PhDs in philosophy who had a lot training in what they thought was the outmoded non-Aryan logic that they wanted to reject, but they were smart people who knew what they were doing. So this is another deeper issue in the philosophy of logic just to attend to for further thinking.
Okay, there we go. I thought I had my phone on speaker, but I didn't. I couldn't hear you. Cool. What type of 3D puzzle? Nice. Nice. Ah, yeah, no, the closest thing I have to my Benjamin working is dab thing by 420 Blazer. It looks more like a vape. Ooh. Get the aliens talking to you real quick. I feel more relaxed, and I end up taking naps about it. Just like can't even drive because I'm too fucking high. And then I have to get chauffeured everywhere. And I'm just like, oh, okay, that's fine with me. Yep. I have a high tolerance, but I still get fucked up real quick. I had to freaking mute myself. Huh. Oof. So, did you hear the conversation that me and your wife were having? I mean, if you smoke or take magic mushrooms, it should help with like opening up your mind and using your third eye and stuff like that. I don't think there's a war on mushrooms as much as the rest of the drugs, to be specific. I mean, what's there? It's hard to use. I'm right in front of you, completely by mistake too. I don't think that's something people do willingly, though. Deepness of shows. There's a lot of things I'm rewatching now, and I'm like, the first time I saw that, I did not get that. Yeah, I feel the same, but my art doesn't suffer. I actually drew a dragon in this weird um style. Yeah. Oh, neither can I, but I grab a pencil and paper and start drawing my ass off. It's way too strong. Like if you could micro dose it, then maybe. but like it's already made strong as hell. Like way too fucking strong. I did it with my childhood best friend a few times. I'm just like I drew a bunch of stuff and like watched Doctor Who, and that was about it. I couldn't leave my bed. I used to be, but then they didn't have as many new episodes, and I'm caught up currently. On retail, I have a guild called the Doctor's TARDIS, and it's basically a bank guild with a bunch of tunes that are Doctor Who themed. Yeah, it. Cool. I've seen every episode of Star Trek except for the old ones. Like you know how some of them have clipboards in them, like really old ones that had clipboards because I thought that was still like futuristic, would still have clipboards before they had like tablets and stuff like that. I haven't seen those 'cause I couldn't get into it because it was just like too unrealistic. But I did see like Deep Space Nine. I've seen Voyager. I've seen Enterprise. I've seen Next Generation. I've even seen the new ones called Picard, but I haven't seen the other one. Next Generation. It's older than us, but it's not that old. Like the older ones have clipboards in them. Yeah. Holodeck? Yeah, I know all about those. Something like that, yeah. They already have VR rooms. It's just you can't really materialize stuff as much. So at least the prototypes will be there within 10 years. And then the actual, like, you can pick it up, you can eat and drink in it and stuff like that would be another 15 years. I want to play WoW on VR. No. Oh. The only ones I've seen are Family Guy, American Dad, Bob's Burgers, and some of The Simpsons. First thing I've seen all episodes of. Yep. Yep. I technically have 4 or 5 siblings. It depends how you look at it. My dad got married twice. Part of the second marriages, adoptions with 3 different kids. But the first marriage, he had 1 kid, and the wife already had 2 kids. So technically, I have 5 siblings. But one of them barely ever talked to us in the first place. So I don't know if I should count him or not. He's there, and if you ask me who's my family, I'd still count him as family in the long run. Like if you go extended family. Yeah. Yeah. Like my dad and mom adopted me and adopted my 2 older sisters. I would have been the only child. Yeah, me either.
never denied it. Whoever said he loved me back, he's the doctor. He doesn't know about all that you love with people, but if you think he's into you, ordinary, they can't have the first idea of what you're dealing with. Your Majesty, I assure you, she is the perfect bait. This woman is in danger. The doctor will always come. Oh, you are a moron. No, he won't. He's probably already here. No, he isn't. Of course he isn't. Shit. Oh, go on. Then. Just why don't you? Go on. Be close. You can't miss. He's not here. God knows where he is right.
Who what? I'm watching clips from Doctor Who. They're cutesy, but they're making me cry. I cry at the Pokemon movie where Ash turns to stone. God damn.
But I promise you, he's doing whatever the hell he wants and not giving a damn. Just fine with that. You know, Doctor, it's like loving the stars themselves. You don't expect a sunset to admire you back. I'm in danger. Let me tell you, the doctor is not. The moon and he.
Wait, what? You're streaming? Yep. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Pretty much. Pretty much. I keep myself. I don't think your mic's working on Twitch. It's working on Discord.
And then I'm going to unmute myself over here on Twitch. Now you can probably hear me on Twitch, but who knows how long that delay is. Who knows how long that delay is. I can hear you. Turn my microphone on over here for my camera and my microphone camera are on over here on Twitch. Okay. Okay. Now you can hear me over there on Twitch, and you can hear me sooner over here on Discord, and I can communicate live with you on Discord, and you can just mute me on Twitch, but people on Twitch can hear me. And people on Twitch can hear you, because you're going through the desktop audio. And we should be good.
It says one viewer. I'm pretty sure that one viewer is me. It
Yeah.
says one viewer. I'm pretty sure that one viewer is me.
Uh-oh.
It says one viewer. I'm pretty sure that one viewer is me.
Now we're in a fucking voice tunnel. Oh, Jesus. We'll figure that out. No. No, you probably are my one viewer. Or it hasn't even registered that you're watching yet, and you might be my second viewer besides me. What I was kind of surprised by, and I was wondering what this pattern was, but it's like a serrated pattern of holes, light holes in the wood, and it kind of allows it to bend right here. I was like, oh shit, it's bending, but it's meant to bend. So I can put this ring into its spot and get all this into place. Without snapping anything, it's already sort of like a, what is it? What is the musical instrument that you squeeze back and forth? Not a xylophone, not a harmonica. What the fuck is it? Is it an accordion? I think it's an accordion. Sort of like an accordion. Then it can slide back and forth. So we got that built so far. That's pretty cool. Step 4. All assembled pieces will appear lighter, and each new piece will appear darker. Oh yeah, of course. Understood that much.
Where the hell's the chat?
You are the chat, bud. There is no chat. It's just me and you here. Alone. Alone. Ugh. Rip this monster that's been sitting on my desk for a day. This piece is on B. This is sheet A. Where is sheet B? Sheet B is over here. We're looking for a piece that looks like a memory stick. This piece. Popping that bad boy out. And putting it where? Orient. Oh shit, I dropped it on the ground. Oh shit. I constantly check over this thing too for dog hair. I got 2 shedding dogs and I don't want to put this thing together and look inside of it and be like, oh man, I got all these like little fucking bits of hair and stuff. That's prone to happen. It's tough during the fall season. Shedding dogs. Shedding dogs. How the fuck is this oriented? Sort of with the plane this way with the pieces, the forks up, and then it wants me to put, is that supposed to be popped out? Oh yeah, it is. It is supposed to be popped out. That's supposed to be popped out. And then somewhere, some types of ways. How in the fuck do you want me to put this in? Like how though? That's so weird. It kind of wants me to put this piece like right in here, from what I understand. But how? Like, like this then? Just sitting right on top of it?
Did you say you're on YouTube too?
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's only like a cell phone-like image. I don't know why Streamlabs, the software, the streaming software, is allowing me to stream to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time. What the fuck? But if I am going to stream to YouTube, then or one or the other has to be in a vertical image, sort of like a cell phone. And I'm doing that for YouTube. What the fuck do you want me to do here? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, let's get PC out and see how it's supposed to fit in between these two pieces. Maybe that'll help me. Otherwise, I'm
Let's
gonna
see.
get stumped on step 3, and I'm just gonna be really mad with my own intelligence. Just gonna be mad at how dumb I am. Piece 4, piece 5. We gotta pump up this piece here that kind of looks like a nose. That looks quite precarious. My there we go. It wants me to pump this kind of, it really does look like a little nose. Need some music playing. I want some music, Kato. Yes. So that butts up against that like that. And then where's my other piece here? Oh, no, wait a second. Now, wait a second. Nope, I'm fucking confused. I feel as if I'm already stumped. Luckily, there is an assembly video I can refer to. Maybe we can watch that. Because, yeah, I don't understand. I got your piece. Now, what the fuck? Alright. Alright, we're watching the YouTube video. What the fuck am I doing? What am I doing? Full build video on intrism.com/video. Why not on YouTube? Alright. Alright, let's see what's going on. I am too dumb. Monkey brain. Stumped. Intrism.com/video. Wow. A beast of a marble maze. Click video below. What is this?
Next professional makeup.
Red Bull Zero. Zero sugar, 100% wings with
Oh. You can see, I mean, it's a marble puzzle. Why are you doing that? Why did you use it? Anyway, it is a marble puzzle that you can work with your hands or something like that. A build walkthrough, please. Alright. I figured that out. I'm not that much of a Dumbelina. Alright. So he's got that piece right there, I can see it. Alright. He's got that bad boy snapped on right there, just like I do. Very cool. And now he moves on to step 4, which is where I'm fucking stumped at. No. What? Stop. Stop. Is it too simple? Am I overthinking it? Stop. 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 What the fuck happened? Okay, he's got it. You gotta be fucking shitting me, brother. Yes. Oh. Oh. I need a stand or something for this to like a fucking operating table. This is supposed to go onto here now. Like that. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. I know that we can do it. As long as we don't kabloo it. Okay. Have you ever played Space Engineers on Steam? It's a really fun game.
Nope.
Space Engineers is fun. You can build your own spaceship piece by piece, sort of like Legos. You get to build the wiring and everything, but it's very blocky like Legos. So the wiring is like, it's like a wiring block and a building block, and you can build the armor, and you go explore space, and it's sort of something like No Man's Sky. I like No Man's Sky a lot. I was wondering, with all the space talk that we were talking about last night, if you ever played No Man's Sky, because I enjoy that game quite a bit. F. I saw that video that you sent too. I saw that video that you sent me from Facebook, and I'm gonna show it to Izzy later whenever she gets home, and ask her like if the gray aliens in that video and how much they look like the gray alien that she described, because she describes the gray alien from her encounter as being like maybe half of our height.
And I know why it's there.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by the subject, but I've always kind of wanted to encounter something like well, you know, like the equivalent of like the Draenei, not orcs. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to create like a friendly race that has enlightening ideas on science and math and civics and religion even. Not a
I just got off your Twitch.
no, it's okay. It'll probably be easier to you'd have to mute me over there, otherwise you're going to hear me twice.
Yeah.
Thank you for your viewership over there anyway.
I mean, it said someone else was watching at one point.
Huh?
It looked like someone else was watching at one point, and I'm like, I don't think so. That might be you and me.
Oh, don't be shy, bro. No, that might have been you because I think my own viewership through my own software gives me one viewer. Then you might be my second viewer, but it takes Twitch a while to like register or something. Or it could have been a second. I don't know. Alright. Let's see. We're on step F. Step 6, and we need a piece from sheet F. Put C back. Put B back.
But no, I know what the small grays are for. They're basically the servant race.
What am I trying to ask here? What kind of when you say basically a servant race, I mean this kind of makes me wonder like what tasks. What kind of tasks are they given?
Data collection, surveying stuff, checking how the smarter people are doing. Occasionally stealing eggs and sperm. I don't know. I can't say too much more on Twitch.
Oh shit.
Or I get locked away in a mental hospital again.
No.
Yeah.
No, we don't want that. And that's not gonna happen.
Yep.
Well, I can let me get this piece out. I don't mind to close Twitch just to have a conversation with you. I wasn't doing fuck all on Twitch. Let me just